across the globe. And later on, I'll also share a presentation on how to raise procurement-related complaints under bank-funded projects. I'll share a few thoughts on that. But if you look at the presentation, maybe the starting point is to find out from the room, because I'm sure all of us have heard the word or the name, the World Bank Group, or we've heard the name, the World Bank. I just want to start maybe by asking volunteers who can just maybe share with us what their understanding of the World Bank Group is, or what their understanding of the World Bank is. As I think in the program it says the presentation will be made by the World Bank. Any volunteers? Or should we say whoever volunteers first can take the whole pack of the gold coins? Any takers? Yeah, there's one there by the door.
It's a very good morning. I think from my perception, the World Bank, it's a bank which is a combination of countries with the sole mandate of lending funds to countries which are less fortunate in terms of monies to try and boost them in terms of their in terms of developing their economies. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a fair answer. Any other takers? Yeah.
It's a collective group that is currently visioned at eradicating poverty in most of the countries.
Thank you. Any more? Yeah, I think it's a fair. The combination of the two is a fair answer. But let me just try to quickly explain. If you can, please move to the next slide. Or here. Okay. All right. I don't know if the screen is very visible. Yeah, so the World Bank Group, the entire group consists of 5 institutions. The International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, abbreviated as IBRD. The International Development Association, abbreviated as IDA. And then the International Finance Corporation, which is abbreviated IFC. I'm sure you have heard the name before. Then the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, in short MIGA. And then ICSID, which is the International Center for Settlement of Investment Disputes. So the first 2 institutions that are in the amber or orange looking box, IBRD and IDA, the 2 of them together are referred to as the World Bank. So the 5 of them together is the World Bank Group, and IDA and IBRD together are referred to as the World Bank. But sometimes people use sort of confusingly, interchangeably, the World Bank Group and the World Bank. But this is just to give an idea of how these institutions are set up. So I think the slide is more or less self-explanatory. I think the gentleman who answered earlier made some indications in terms of how the financing is accessible to the different member countries. The IBRD, as you can see from the slides, is for those countries whose income level is better, so to speak. And for IDA, it's for the financing is mainly for low income or lower income countries. And of course, I think that already speaks to the type of concessional rates that are accessible to the lower income countries. And IFC deals mainly with investment and advisory and asset management services that boost private sector development. Whereas BIGA, it deals with handling political risk insurance and credit enhancement guarantees where investments are made in such environments where such risks may manifest. And the ICSID is a tribunal. Of course, it deals with settlement of investor-state-related disputes where investment has been made and there are disputes that arise between the state and the investors. So collectively, these are the World Bank Group institutions. And as you would probably be aware, and I think the gentleman mentioned it as well, the goal or the goals of the World Bank Group is to end extreme poverty and to boost shared prosperity on a livable planet. Meaning that not only ending extreme poverty or sharing the prosperity, but making sure that the planet is well taken care of. So that was just an introductory slide, so that as we have a discussion going forward, we more or less have the same understanding of what the World Bank Group is. So now, maybe before I move to the next slide, just to indicate that there are over 188, I believe, countries that are members of the World Bank Group. And this World Bank Group member countries have agreed on operational policies and directives and implementation tools with regard to where the financing from the group has been made accessible to the member countries, meaning that when I speak of the World Bank procurement framework, I'm speaking to a framework that has been agreed to by all these member countries, including Eswatini. So it's something that is not foreign, but something that the member countries have agreed to in order to manage the investment in different countries or with different borrowers. Well, okay. So now, this example, of course, is from the financial year 2022, but the numbers are more or less still relevant in terms of the range of commitments of projects across the globe. In the FY or financial year 2022, the World Bank had a commitment of $239 billion in terms of project funding. And that was covering over 1,793 projects. And when I say projects, I don't mean one contract, but I mean a project that has got several contracts within. And this covered over 146 countries. So what I'm trying to highlight here is that in this pursuit of ending extreme poverty and boosting shared prosperity, the bank invests or makes funding available to different countries to invest in different sectors that contributes towards those two goals, or towards achieving ending extreme poverty and boosting shared prosperity in a livable planet. Of course, there are different instruments in terms of how the money is accessed. There is what we call investment project financing, where countries receive funding to invest on specific projects with specific project development objectives. But there are also other instruments that you can speak of. I will share with you a link to the site where you can read more in terms of the background of the different instruments that the bank has available. So now in terms of the spend, this is just sort of an appetizer to say you as economic operators as also contributors to this goal of ending extreme poverty and boosting shared prosperity, because your participation in these bidding opportunities contributes to economic development, which then also contributes to job creation, which then I think contributes towards those two goals that I've mentioned. So in the commitment that I mentioned earlier, in terms of actual procurement-related contracts, the total spend for FY22 was $18 billion across the globe. And this $18 billion was committed across these various sectors. And I think you can see by observation of the pie chart that most of the commitments were in the areas of, or in the sectors of transportation, water, sanitation, and waste management, health, public administration, energy, and so forth. So then that says to you, as an economic operator, to say, but how then can I also access or participate effectively in these sectors and possibly also win contracts in these sectors? And some of these sectors, of course, are part of the World Bank portfolio in Eswatini. Water and sanitation, there's a project funded by the World Bank with the EWSC. Health, there's projects funded by the World Bank with the Ministry of Health. Energy, there's projects funded by the World Bank with the EEC. And other in the social sectors, education, there's a project funded by the World Bank with the Ministry of Education. So that also says then, as you think about the bigger chart of the global pie, you may also think about the local pie to say how can we effectively also participate in the local projects that are funded by not only the World Bank but also other MDBs. So now, when you look at that 18 billion that we were talking about in terms of where most of those investments or most of those contracts were committed, you can see from the graph the world map, but just maybe to mention, just for clarity, that the World Bank is divided into those regions as highlighted by those colors, and each of the region is led by a regional vice president, and then the president is the head of the institution. So if you look at sub-Sahara Africa, which is the, well, I don't know if I see the same color that you see, but it looks dark green. The 40% is funding or contracts committed in the sub-Sahara region. And it includes Eswatini, the Botswana, Lesotho, South Africa, Namibia. And then the 18% South Asia, and the other percentages as you see them. Which means then if you look at this chart, the opportunities are not too far from here. If you look at sub-Saharan Africa, I think they are within sometimes driving distance, and other times, of course, you may need to take a flight, but it seems to suggest that the opportunities are within reach to take part at least in the 40%, and then further on into the other parts of the map. So now, looking at that, the map that we just looked at, to say, on that commitment of 239 that we spoke to, which are the countries that had more contracts by value committed? If you look at the contracts that were committed by value, the largest amount of contracts committed in that financial year 2022 was Argentina, and the list goes on and on up to the last one. So as we talk to this, as we speak to this, then you also tend to think, where would Eswatini fall in this ranking? And if it's not in the first page, would it be in the second page, or would it be in the third page or the fourth page? And how can we upgrade it to the first page? How can the participation of economic operators as yourselves upgrade or move Eswatini to the first page? So now, this slide here says, out of those contract values that you have seen that were awarded in that financial year or fiscal year, as you may call it, which countries did the suppliers that won the most contracts by value come from? So most of the contracts were awarded to, by value, were awarded to the suppliers or contractors or service providers from those countries as listed there and ranked: China, India, Argentina, and so forth. So the same question remains. Where do we as Eswatini fall in this ranking? And how can we improve? How can we scale up? How can you scale up your participation, your economic participation in World Bank funded projects, not only here in Eswatini, not only in the region, but globally, so that one day, as we speak, we will be in the first page. And I think I'm quite encouraged. I'm not boasting, but I think I'm quite encouraged from the Olympics, that since the history of the Olympics, the African continent did not have a gold medal in the 200 meters sprint. And since last week, there is one. So can we do the same here? I'm sure we can get there. Yeah. So now, this is now for, that was for suppliers. This is now the same chart, but for consulting services. We might have some consulting firms here or some consultants here, either individuals or firms. To say now, for the contracts that are awarded to consulting firms by value, where did most of those companies come from? You can see from the list, India, Mongolia, China, Indonesia, and so forth. And the same question still remains. Where do we fall as Eswatini, and how can we upgrade, or how can we move up the chart? And now, So that those were just statistics just to show you that opportunities are available, are accessible in World Bank funded projects across the globe. I'll speak to how you can effectively participate a little bit later on. So now, why do you as suppliers, contractors, consultants need to bid or participate in the World Bank funded projects? We saw the figures. There are billions of dollars of opportunities or worth of business across the globe on World Bank funded projects. And I think if you include other MDBs, then the pie becomes even much bigger. And this presents us or you with an opportunity to not work only locally, but also to work globally, to expand your operations globally and enter other markets. Under World Bank funded projects, under the World Bank procurement framework, suppliers are given equal opportunity and treated fairly. I will explain that a little bit further later on. And there is certainty of process, because the procurement process across all the member countries, when they follow the World Bank procurement regulations, is the same. So the procurement process under World Bank funded projects that we have seen here in Eswatini is the same that you would see in any of those other countries where the project is funded by the World Bank. And high standards of integrity, some built within the procurement regulations, within the implementing tools like the standard procurement documents, and also the review processes to ensure integrity of the procurement process. Then one, of course, very key, I think, economic operators, I don't know what's going on. Economic operators, I'm sure you are in business for economics. And it says the high certainty of getting paid. And I think this is an issue that a lot of suppliers, contractors, service providers grapple with in certain spaces. And under World Bank funded project, because the money has been borrowed or credited or granted for that specific project, so there's no way you should be told there's no money, because money has been specifically secured for the project. So there's high certainty that you would get paid. Of course, you need to deliver what is acceptable in accordance with the contractual obligations, and submit your invoice accordingly. Then you should be able to get paid. Now the third, the orange bullet, the fourth one, there is a variety of contract sizes. I'm sure some are saying, well, but as we are small businesses, you are talking billions of dollars. How on earth will we be able to participate in such big chunks? So there are a variety of contract sizes, from very small to very big contracts. So it's for you to do research on the available opportunities and see where you can effectively participate within your capacity and capability. There are, of course, what I'm trying to say is that there are opportunities that are suitable for SMMEs, that there are also opportunities that are suitable for the large multinational contractors. And I think we've already seen from the pie chart that the opportunities are not only in one sector, but they are across different sectors. The very same sectors that you are participating in here in Eswatini, opportunities are also available or accessible in the same sectors in other countries. And of course, there are certain sectors or certain services or requirements that needs specialization, that you may be specialized in a certain area in Eswatini, and that may also be in demand, that specialization may also be in demand in other countries or in other areas. So this is to say here why you need to participate, why you need to bid on World Bank funded projects or even other multilateral development institution funded opportunities. So now, one may be asking then, where do we find these opportunities? How do we access them? There is information available in our external website, the World Bank external website. These slides will be shared with you. You can click on those links to be able to access the information. I will also share with you later on a QR code that you can just conveniently use to access these different sets of information. You can set up on UNDP online to access procurement notices. There is also a procurement app that you can download onto your phone. You don't need to be surfing through the websites looking for information. You can download this procurement app, set it up on your phone, and as soon as an advert is placed on a World Bank funded project, once the advertisement is approved to be published, then it will beep on your phone. You will set up which sectors are you interested in, which type of projects are you interested in. Then as soon as adverts related to those sectors or those projects are published, then it will land on your inbox. Then you can read and see whether you wish to participate or not. But also, as part of the research, your market research, your research for opportunities, there are documents that are published in the World Bank external website related to what sort of business or what sort of partnership the World Bank has got with the various countries. In the country partnership framework, you would find the information on the sectors that the bank will be funding and the typical sort of areas in those sectors that will be targeted for funding. Also in the World Bank external website, you would find a whole suite of standard procurement documents that you can read through, familiarize yourself with, because the same standard procurement document, the standard procedures, the standard terms or the standard contract provisions will be the same across the globe, because the standard procurement documents apply to all the World Bank funded projects, except of course for smaller contracts that may be customized based on risk and value. But in the main, the standard procurement documents are same across the globe. So if you have seen one today here in Eswatini, if there's an opportunity somewhere in Mongolia, the bidding document will look the same, except for the specific or the contract-specific information, but the procedural instructions, the standard conditions of contract will be the same. Then also from the World Bank external website, you can access the procurement plans, the approved procurement plans of various projects across the globe. Then you can look through the procurement plans and identify the opportunities that you may be interested in participating. And by so doing, you can start strategically placing yourself, whether you want to go joint venture with other companies, or whether you want to go solo, or you want to make some other partnership arrangements. Then you can start planning and thinking of that ahead of time before the actual specific opportunity is advertised. So these are the more or less the information that I've been speaking to on the previous slide. You will get these slides, then you can access the country partnership framework. You can also access the procurement app and set it up, and then receive notifications as they become available. This is the finance app that shows the financial data. This is the related to procurement, so I'm going to skip this. It's just more statistics and data, but you can access that. This is what we talked about earlier, the top suppliers, the top countries. This is just a graphical representation in a different format. So now, let's get to the discussion here. To say now, you have identified the opportunities, you have done your research, or you have received a notification on your phone, or now you have identified an opportunity that you want to participate in. What are the key things as a supplier or as a contractor or service provider that you need to pay attention to when preparing your bid or when you're preparing your proposal? Because this is important. This is probably sometimes what stands between winning a contract and losing a contract, because you have not probably included what has been asked. So now, if there is an opportunity or a provision to attend a pre-proposal or a pre-bid meeting, if indicated in the bidding documents, don't say, well, I have most of the information, maybe I don't need to attend. Please take advantage of the pre-proposal or pre-bid meeting, attend, listen to the discussion, ask questions, get as much information as is possible. I have seen in some cases where there is a site visit or a pre-bid meeting, and companies just send somebody to mark the register so that they are represented in the meeting. And at times you disadvantage yourself by so doing, because during the pre-proposal meeting, the pre-bid meeting, there may be some significant or valuable information that is clarified or discussed, that if you send somebody who has got a better understanding of the type of project that is being tendered out, then it may be beneficiary to you. So the second bullet is fully address all the requirements in the bidding document or in the request for proposal. I know many times when we receive the bidding document, we scan through, we highlight what we think is important to us. We check the compliance documents and other stuff. But it is important that you read the whole document and make sure that all, as you've seen, the word all is underlined. All requirements are fully addressed. There's no requirement that is not important. If it is in the bidding document, if it is in the request for proposal, and you are required to provide information, then you must provide that information. So that is the bottom line. First, at the end of preparing your request, your bids, or your quotation, or your proposal, give yourself enough time to sit down from the first page of the request for proposal document or the request for bids document, read each line, highlight, check in your bid or your proposal whether you have provided information related to that line you are reading. Then you go through all of them until the end, so that you make sure that whatever was required, it has been provided. But not only has it been provided, but it must meet the requirements, the minimum requirements. If you are required to provide, for example, for argument's sake, a valid tax clearance certificate, then over and above making sure that there's a tax clearance certificate included in the bid, you need to check that it is valid. Because if it's there but it's not valid, then it's still of no use to you. Now, the third point there is that in some opportunities, of course, you will be required to demonstrate your methodology, how you would deliver the assignment, or how you deliver the asset or the requirement of the client or the employer. You as a technical person from your side, you know how it is done. There's no question about that. but you are writing this down for somebody who is doing the evaluation. They will not be able to read it from your mind what you intended to say. They will be able to read what is written black and white on the document. So when you present your methodology, then make it very clear so that the person who is evaluating can have a clear understanding and a clear picture of what they are required or what you are going to be doing. Where you are required, either be goods, works, or services, or non-consulting services, to provide a project manager and other experienced experts, then you need to do so. And you need to propose strong project managers, because they've been included in there as key experts, not to fill in the numbers, but for a specific purpose, to make sure that the person who is in charge of the project will make sure the project is delivered satisfactorily, within time, within budget, within the acceptable quality. So it's not just a question of, they said, well, minimum Bachelor of Science degree. I've got this person who's got a master's degree, so actually he's very stronger than what is in the requirements. You must read what the project manager will be required to do, what is the nature of the project, what sort of experience on the ground, what sort of skills are required for that project manager to manage this project. So make sure that the key stuff that you propose not only meet the minimum qualification requirements, but they've got the right or the relevant skills and expertise. And of course, as is usual, you would be required to demonstrate your experience in related or similar projects. It could be similar in complexity, similar in magnitude, or similar in value, but you need to demonstrate your experience in a similar project. And sometimes you may have done a project that if you do not explain, if you just attach the completion certificate and you say, I have completed this project, somebody who is reading will not know exactly what you did in that project. So when you are writing about your specific experience, then pick out those areas of specificity that are relevant to the project. For example, you might have delivered an IT system where you had a project manager and managing the various teams or development of the system. So somebody might say, well, that experience is not relevant to maybe construction as a project manager. But you may find that in the construction space, maybe it's an asset that includes supply and installation of IT systems or systems. So you need to demonstrate that this person has done project management of delivery, supply and installation or configuration of a system for IT. But even though this is a works contract, their value add in terms of the project will be to this specific component of the project, so that there's a tie between the previous experience with what is required in the current tender. But I'm not saying you should just take an IT person certificate and reference and put it in a construction works tender and say it's relevant. What I'm saying, just you need to pinpoint the relevance of that experience to the particular tender. Sometimes the reason why I think specific experience is required is because certain attitudes, certain skills, certain behaviors related to delivery of those assets or items are fine-tuned by actual experience doing on the ground. Let me use an odd example. If one has maybe 3-4 years of experience as a procurement person, buying stationery, photocopying paper, pencils, rubbers, and so forth, for an entity, let's say for 500,000 emalangeni general a year, then when an advert is put looking for a procurement person on a institutions that deal with works contracts, how would this person who has so much experience procuring stationery be able to demonstrate that I can use the same skills to procure a pipeline contract? Is it possible? I see some people are shaking their heads. It's not possible. Okay. So the procurement process for an open tender for procuring stationery, where does it start? Development of specifications. Then you develop the bidding document. Then you go to the market. You receive bids. Bids are evaluated. You submit to the tender panel. And the tender panel makes an award or it makes a decision. So would you say somebody who has gone through that process, procuring stationery, would not be able to follow the same process procuring works? Albeit they will need technical input from technical people.
They can, with time, they'll be able to adjust from the smaller processes, basically.
So my question is, what is the specific experience that they've gained from procuring stationery that they can use when procuring works? Of course, it's not everything, but they know the process. At least they know the process. So similarly, also when you are applying for a job or for whatever opportunity, instead of writing, I was procuring stationery, you must at least demonstrate that I have an understanding of the procurement process from the beginning to the end. Because saying I was procuring stationery, how does it help you? Okay. Now, I know there will be tea break, that's why Nomile is coming in. So now involve in-country partners where it is possible. Consider joint ventures. I think we have mentioned that there are various sizes of opportunities, from small to big, and you may be interested in a certain component of a big project that on your own you may not be able to deliver. So it's to look at opportunities to engage with relevant partners, to form joint ventures or some other associations to take advantage of those opportunities. And if you do early market research from those sources of information that I've highlighted, you are able to start those discussions quite early so that you can see where you need to strengthen your partnership or where you need to strengthen your organization to participate effectively. So now, the next point is also very important. Do not deviate from standard bidding document forms and conditions. There are generally two parts of the bidding document: the standard procedural instructions, including the standard conditions of contract. Those are standard. They do not change them. Then the document will also have specific information relating to that procurement, where project-specific information is included, where then you need to write how you will satisfy that information. So to take note, do not change the the standard provisions. Let me give you an example. As part of the World Bank standard procurement documents, there is a document, it's normally referred to as Attachment A. It's related to fraud and corruption. So it's a standard document, standard wording, not to be modified by any means. So if you decide that in that document you don't like shall, you want to replace it with may, then all the hard work that we've done putting together a very nice and competitive bid or proposal will go to waste. Because as soon as you want to change this shall to may, then you are completely out of the game. So just make sure that where the provisions are standard, do not change them. You can only work with the specific project information where you need to provide input. Then the last point there is, do not provide conditions with your bid or qualifications to say, if you award me these two lots together, I will give you a discount. That was not what was, unless it was specifically requested for. But sometimes we try to be smart and say, well, maybe if I offer a discount, it looks like better value for them. But that was not what was asked for in the bidding document. So avoid making qualifications or conditions to your bid. Be specific what you are offering, and what you are offering it is what you would provide. Because otherwise conditions or conditionalities or qualifications will lead or can lead to disqualification of your bid or proposal. Now, if you are reading through the bidding document or the request for proposal document and you find something that you don't understand or you are not quite sure what it is, to my understanding, all bidding documents, particularly those that the World Bank standard procurement documents, they have a provision to seek clarification. There's a time window, of course, within which you have to seek clarification. So if you don't understand or you have doubt, then ask for clarification. I've seen in cases where people identify something that they don't understand and they think it's a gold mine because they are trying to figure out what it means. And they are afraid that if I ask for clarification, then the procuring entity, when they respond, they will tell everyone what the question was about. And now they are that sort of a gold mine setting is lost because other people will know what it is now. But it's important to say, if you have doubt, then make sure you ask for clarification. Of course, the response will go to everyone. But if your bid is still competitive, if it's still the best, then you will still have the opportunity to win. Then carefully review the qualification and evaluation criteria and use this to help write the content and the detail of your bid. So what it says is that, I think I've mentioned part of it earlier, that you make sure that all the requirements are met or are submitted. Now, when it comes to evaluation, for example, if you look at the evaluation for consulting services, there are usually 4 or 5 categories of evaluation criteria. Specific experience, technical approach, methodology, and work plan. Those 3 go together. Key staff. Then you have transfer of knowledge or participation by key nationals. So that is the meat of your proposal, to make sure that those 4 or 5 specific criterion are fully, what you provide substantiates how you fully meet those requirements. So I think it is important to pay attention to the evaluation criteria. You can even score yourself. You can ask your colleague or your other staff in the organization before you submit your bid to say, we have prepared a proposal or we have prepared a bid. Here is the bid document, or here is the request for proposal. Here is our bid. Can you please do an evaluation and see whether we have fully responded to the requirements? There's some kind of quality assurance, of course. But what I've seen from experience, bids normally arrive like if a minute or so before the closing date, because they were prepared the very last minute. So there's not even time to check whether everything is in place. But please do help yourself by making sure you adhere to the evaluation criteria. Make sure you meet and or exceed the requirements to ensure that you get the maximum scores out of those. So in summary, submit a bid or a proposal that is comprehensive, covers all the information requested. Don't say, well, this doesn't matter. If they think about it, they can see from the other documents that this information is there. If it's required, then make sure it is submitted. Include all supporting documents as requested. I know in some instances, of course, in some countries, they do consider that historical information, if you miss to submit it the first time, you can be asked to submit within a certain period of time. For example, your ID card, a copy of your ID, if you miss to submit it, because you cannot go and manufacture it overnight. You have to go to Home Affairs or whichever ministry to get registered and get an ID. So you may be asked to say, well, you missed to submit a certified copy of your ID. Can you submit that? But you have to demonstrate that it was valid by the time of the closing date of the bids. Because if it was not valid by then unfortunately it would not be acceptable. It means your bid was not fully compliant. The document should be signed by the authorized representative. In some documents they say it must be accompanied by a power of attorney or a resolution of the board by whatever means. So if it says signed by an authorized individual, and it's supposed to be supported by those documents, power of attorney or board resolution or something like that. Even if when you are a sole proprietor, the requirement says this should be accompanied by a power of attorney. We know that you are the sole proprietor, you sign all checks, you sign all documents, but the requirements of the bidding document ask for supporting documents to accompany. So don't just assume that they will see from the shareholding that you are the sole proprietor, you are the sole signatory in the bank account. Respond to what is requested in the request for proposal or request for bids. And the last one, the last point, maybe by show of hands, just maybe to get an understanding, maybe just a feel. How many days? I think days is too much. How many minutes before the closing date of the tender do you often submit your bids? 15 minutes. Roughly. Yeah. I've seen in some countries where this discussion on submitting late even goes to look at whether the clock has been properly calibrated. Because I arrived, I think, a few seconds before the closing time. They will even go to the CCTVs and say, what time did you arrive? Why do we give ourselves so much punishment? We can just submit it a little bit earlier. But I guess It depends on individual circumstances, but I think it's good to try and give yourself enough time to prepare your bid and submit. All right, so that was it on preparing a responsive proposal or a responsive bid. I've got a few more slides just on general information about the World Bank procurement framework. I don't know if we should take questions here or do you want me to go through the rest? Then you can take questions. MC. Go through the rest, okay. Yeah, quickly through the rest. So the World Bank procurement framework has the following vision and core principles. That procurement must achieve value for money with integrity in delivering sustainable development. I think some of these principles you are very familiar with. They are not much different from what you have in the local procurement framework. So I will not dwell much on them. But of course, fairness, value for money, economy, integrity. I think there's a section on integrity later today. Efficiency, fit for purpose, transparency, and so forth. And of course, the key focus of the procurement framework of the World Bank is focusing on results, that procurement must deliver development effectiveness. So in the design of the procurement arrangements, procuring entities under World Bank funded projects do take into consideration the fitness for purpose for the procurement approach, because in certain cases, depending on the market situation, depending on the value of the activity, it may not be necessary to, for example, to go for an open tender if it is justified in the circumstances that a limited approach will deliver value for money. Flexibility and risk-based decision making. Like I mentioned, a risk assessment is done at the start of the project to identify what are the potential risks on such a project, how can they be mitigated, and then that sort of information or analysis informs how the decisions within that project are made. Early and proactive market engagement. This is part of what we are doing today. It's part of the market engagement. We are making you familiar with where you can find procurement opportunities under bank-funded projects. We are sensitizing you on how to prepare responsive proposals or bids. And a week or two ago, we had a session with CIC and some of their members. And we are available if the associations or the business associations put themselves together and say, could you familiarize ourselves with this specific procurement document for this sector? We are happy to do so. And what we are doing today also is part of capacity building to make you capacitated in terms of participating in bidding opportunities in bank-funded projects. And of course, the other issues related to integrity and fairness and transparency are also based on the risk assessment and are managed throughout the process as you deliver or execute the contract. And of course, procurement process to get a contract signed is just one part. Contract management to ensure delivery within time, within cost, and within the right quality is key. You can award the contract, but if the deliveries are not acceptable, then you still not achieve the project development objectives. And I think I mentioned in the earlier discussion that the twin goals of the World Bank is to end extreme poverty and boost shared prosperity on a livable planet. So this is the part that speaks to the livable planet, that as part of the World Bank procurement framework, we take into consideration issues related to environment and social safeguards. So this is information for you to read through to say, as you are looking for opportunities to bid or to submit proposals, do also read through our environmental and social framework to learn of what are the requirements that you would need to take care of as an economic operator, not only for you as an entity, but including how your employees or how the people that you have engaged on the site or should handle themselves. Because some of these issues are quite serious and they can be detrimental to your survival as an economic operator. We do recently, in our updated procurement regulations, include mechanisms for disqualification of contractors, suppliers, or service providers that have been involved in those last two, the last bullet, the sexual exploitation and abuse and sexual harassment. You can actually get debarred or disqualified from participating in World Bank funded projects for having violated these social standards. And I need to say then that debarment by the World Bank can also translate to debarment by the other multilateral development institutions that we have a cross-debarment mechanism with. So if you are debarred by one, then you are debarred by the rest of those institutions. So that may quite seriously harm your business prospect. And this is a continuation of the policies on environment and social. I will not go through them in detail. You can read through the slides that we would share. But it's just to familiarize that as you prepare your, if you are in construction works, as you are preparing your method statements and the environment and social management plans, you need to take care of these considerations because they can present a challenge during contract management. Also, issues around, I think I've mentioned that, gender-based violence, we take that seriously under the World Bank procurement framework. And there are mechanisms included in the bidding documents or the standard procurement documents and the contract as well to deal with such issues. If you look at the last bullet there, which I mentioned, if you have violated some of these provisions, you can be disqualified for non-compliance for a period of 2 years. But of course, depending on the gravity of the situation, there may be other consequences. These are, I've already indicated, it's links to the documents that you can access to get more information, more links, and these contacts will update this. They are not fairly up to date. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like the end of the first part of the presentation. But as we listen to questions, can you put that slide, the second one? Then we'll take questions and break for tea, I suppose. Or we can continue until we finish and break for lunch. Yeah, so it is not quite visible. So to try and help suppliers or contractors or service providers, the World Bank has developed a supplier hub. It's a website with all the information that you need to participate in bank-funded projects. I don't know if this pointer works, but it doesn't. No, I wanted to point it. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So if you look at those tabs, you can go on all those tabs and find the information that you need. They access whatever information that you need. So you can go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So a quick access to that website. You can, of course, type it in or Google, or you can use the QR code and access the website and the information therein. Does it work? Okay. So all the things that I've said, you will find that information in this website. You can access this presentation that I've shared with you. You will find it in the website as well, and many other guidance notes that you can read through as you prepare your bids or look for opportunities. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies.
Okay, tea is ready, but if somebody has a question, you can pose a question. I do have one question for Mr. George. It's not related to the presentation that he's just made. Without the World Bank, can countries like Eswatini survive? We want to construct roads, World Bank. Building schools, World Bank. Buying medication, World Bank. Can you survive without you?
Okay, I have an answer to the question, because I don't need to answer it myself.
They are partners, so development partners, so we coexist. They can't live without us, maybe we can't live without them either.
She works with politicians. That's a political answer. Okay, it's fine. It's fine, Ruth. Her name is Ruth. She's the communications officer for the Ministry of Finance. Any question for George before we break for tea?
Thank you very much. Mr. George, I think mine is just a short question. What is the criteria for fund? Is there a minimum criteria for funding a project, especially for individuals, not your conglomerates? Thank you.
All right. No, thank you very much. So there are, maybe my response is in two parts. The World Bank Group, in terms of project funding, provides funding to governments and not to individuals. So the funding is to the governments. But if you are looking for opportunity as a supplier for the World Bank Group corporate procurement for the organizational needs, then there's also a link in that website. There's a link to our corporate procurement website where you can access various procurement opportunities, either as an individual or as a firm or in any other configuration that you may find yourself. So there's no sort of threshold to say, in that respect, there's no threshold to say individuals can only access up to this level. It depends on the specific project requirements. So you can access, as long as you meet the requirements for the particular opportunity, you can access that. But for investment or development related financing, it is through the governments. So then in these projects that are funded by the World Bank, you can access opportunities as an individual consultant or as a firm or as a supplier. And there's also not a particular restriction per se that individuals can only provide services up to a certain limit. It depends on the nature and complexity of the assignment, for example. For example, if you need an individual consultant to be a structural engineer that provide oversight for construction of a dam, you cannot put a limit to that because it depends on the complexity and the size of the dam. So the scope of services will determine the size of the contract. Thanks.
Right. Morning, George. Morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the brilliant presentation. A question from me is, procurement is automating and digitizing very rapidly. Everyone is moving online. Lots of governments are transitioning to e-tendering and e-procurement. Are we not concerned from a developmental lens that there are a lot of people we're leaving behind who don't have access to internet, who don't have access to computers, who don't have the ability to go online and access the opportunities that we've now made exclusively online opportunities? What are we doing to fill that gap?
Yeah. Thank you. That is a good question. And I think if you also listen to the presentation yesterday by Kunut in terms of the use of technologies in public procurement, specifically speaking to e-procurement, that depending on the developmental stage of the country, you may need to move in phases to accommodate the context. But in terms of availability of information, unless maybe you can give us a suggestion to say, this information that I've shared with you for opportunities across the globe, how else would you share it if it's not electronic? If maybe we can think of the answer. How would you be able to access opportunities in Tajikistan if it was not online? Would you be able to send somebody there to courier it here or something? I don't know. But of course, as we are advancing, I think slowly, of course, we are advancing in technology. We are able to access certain services or certain media, like social media, from the village without having to come to town. So I think accessing information like this, getting notices about tenders, you do not need to drive to town to buy a newspaper to check whether there are any opportunities. You can already see or access it online, and when you decide that, of course, this one I need to buy, that's when you drive to town. So I think technology also helps in that respect to say you can view the opportunities, decide whether you want to invest in the cost of preparing a bid before you actually start incurring the cost. But in terms of course, I think slowly we are all moving towards technology. And in my view, it does make the life of the SMMEs particularly easier to say that if you have an established procurement, e-procurement system where people can submit bids through their phones or through whatever gadgets they have from where they are, then they don't have to drive to town to come and submit bids. Sometimes they drive to town and arrive late. But if you have an e-procurement system, I can sit somewhere in Slangan or in Hluti or Tokolak or somewhere and and prepare my bid under the tree and submit without having to come to Mbabane or Manzini. So yeah, I mean there are both, of course, advantages and disadvantages, but I think it more towards advantages. Yeah. Thank you.
Apologies, CEO. I think maybe just to add on, I think from a World Bank perspective, is enable the governments to provide the facilities so that one can submit a tender sitting under a tree at Togolwako, because there's network. So the World Bank finances the governments to enable the country to be perfectly wired so that everyone has access. 99% of locals now have access to a smartphone, but the data is still a problem. So if the country is properly wired, then everybody will access. Courier services are no longer the option to be flying to Tajikistan to get to the tender bid, and then you must go back and resubmit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. That is quite true. But like I mentioned earlier at the beginning, that World Bank financing covers various sectors depending on the government's own needs. So if they need to invest in electricity or need to invest in digital transformation, those resources can be accessed depending on the country partnership framework between the government and the World Bank, and also the priorities of the country. So yes, the World Bank is in a position to support those based on government's needs.
Maybe I can come in there. On the question that was posed by Tolofelo, it would be to say, in actual fact, this whole thing of digitizing of procurement offers an entrepreneurial opportunity. In Rwanda, when we were preparing for the rolling out of the EGP, we used to go for benchmarking and experiencing how their EGP is working. There is actually some entrepreneurs that own containers in different parts of the city, in townships, in the rural areas, where if you want to submit your tender, you go to them. They even know how the process of submitting the tenders through the e-procurement system. But then now, you'd want some of those businesses are going to survive while people are still learning. Once they are able to do these things on their phones, and the data now is available to everyone, probably they'll diminish. But at this point, in terms of, if we're talking about marketing, in terms of first mover advantage and stuff, you'd want to be the one learning the EGP thing, getting yourself a container, getting yourself laptops for people to come in, like the old, internet cafes. Yes, it's an opportunity to rebirth that kind of a business now, where you then explain to them, this is how you submit the tender and everything. This is where we certify all those other things. And which gives an opportunity, actually, because that's where the world is going. The issue of going to buy it in a document for 5,000 Malangan, you come back, you read the tender, it's not in my line of business. We've already lost 5,000 Malangan then. And then you're not submitting. Or, yes, it's my business, and then you have to still drive back from Tlangano to come and submit in a tender box and all those. Yeah. So it's an issue that maybe as the agency and the other partners, we need to start talking into it in preparation for the rolling out of the EGP, because whichever way, whatever is the bottleneck now, eventually we'll get into EGP. We cannot avoid that. So in our thinking was that by now we would be starting to develop the system. But for me, with the experience that I've had in terms of where other countries are, it wouldn't even hurt to start sensitizing the entrepreneurs, sensitizing the SMEs, even the big businesses, on what the EGP is and what the infrastructure it would need to find on the ground when it starts to be rolled out. So even for the business people in the room here, whether you're in IT or you can you have a branch in IT, this still remains an opportunity. On the part that I wanted to ask, because we are coming back, I'll ask after tea. Yes.
Thank you. No, that was the final question or comment. We need to break for tea. Thank you so much, George. No, I'm hungry now. Thank you. Okay, before we break for tea, the CEO of Vusmuzi has got two kings. One is a small king, then he's got a big king. He's from Gutsen, the Mamba Kingdom. They've got a king there. And that king right now is with the big king, Vusi's big king. They are in Uganda meeting Yoweri Museveni. I know you are lost. Okay, the chief there in Gutsen, Chief Maloi. Okay, King Maloi is a small king. Then there's a big king. Okay. Okay. All right, let's break for tea. We have 20 minutes for tea. Okay, labangaphandle labangena ngakhathi ke sitabuya siqhubeke. Yeah. We have 2 minutes to settle down so that we can continue with our program, the second part of the program. Abasi Sheikhatsi like George. All right, Mr. George, you can come through so that you can continue with your presentation.
Good morning and welcome back. I know Babe Matsibula had a question. I don't know whether it's still there. Yeah. But while we're having breakfast, there was another question to say, if you are a consulting firm, and of course in some opportunities or bidding opportunities, you'll be asked to present a certain number of years of experience as a firm, but you are newly formed and you have a very good or excellent key staff. How do you go about submitting a competitive proposal? And the answer that I gave was that, of course, the requirement for a specific experience of a firm is necessary where it is deemed important for the delivery of the assignment. Because the specific experience is to look at, have you in the past been able to assemble and manage teams and deliver on a similar assignment? So it's look at whether that skill of assembling and managing teams, managing the key experts, you have had it in the past. So, but then you also look at the evaluation criteria in totality. In many instances, the key experts, because they are the ones that are going to be doing the job, usually carry quite a significant amount of score. Then the other aspects of technical approach and methodology and work plan, then transfer of knowledge and so forth. So if you can maximize yourself on those criteria where you have control, you are the one who assemble the key staff. So if you assemble top-notch key staff, you write top-notch methodology or transfer of knowledge program, then you have a chance to perhaps meet the cutoff point. But in the main, you need to build your profile over time so that you can also score some points under specific experience. And now the next presentation is to look at procurement-related complaints under bank-funded projects. There's usually some bit of confusion to say, if we have a complaint on a procurement-related complaint on a World Bank-funded project, what is the process? Do we go through the process established by ESPPRI and end up in court, or is there a different route for handling complaints under World Bank funded projects? So the details of this presentation are also in that website that I've shared with you. There's also a full guidance note, more detailed than what I will present. So, yeah. Okay. So under World Bank funded projects, there are of course occasions where complaints may arise in connection to a procurement process. Within the World Bank procurement regulations, there is also a provision where agreed for a specific project, for specific contracts, to use national approach to the market, meaning that national approach to the market basically means that there are enough competitive local suppliers in the local market. So instead of advertising, let me put it the other, rephrase it. So it will be sufficient to advertise in the local media, but there's no harm in advertising internationally. But given that in that circumstance or in that scenario, there are enough suppliers in the local market that can compete effectively for that opportunity, is sufficient to advertise in the local market. So in that case where it's open national approach to the market, we, if agreed on the specific project in the legal agreement or in the financing agreement for that project, the procurement complaint process can follow the local complaint review procedures, but that has to be in the financing agreement for that specific project. And where the bank for a specific project has agreed to use alternative procurement arrangements for the bank-funded project. Alternative procurement arrangements means where the bank says, instead of following the World Bank procurement regulations or procedures for this project, we can either follow another MDB's procurement procedure if it has been so agreed, or we can follow fully the local procurement procedures if so agreed during the project preparation. But of course, I have not seen an instance where there has been a full utilization of this alternative procurement arrangement, because it requires a thorough and long process of assessment. So procurement-related complaints in that case of alternative procurement arrangement, the review will follow the agreed procedures of that alternative procurement route. Then complaints may also arise on World Bank standard procurement documents as provided for in these paragraphs 326 to 331. So it can be on the procedural instructions, on the contractual provisions, but not the standard ones, because the standard ones have already been agreed and published. It's on the specific information that is populated by the procuring entity. If a bidder so feel aggrieved or want to raise a complaint on those, they can do so. So now, in terms of the categories of complaints, having complaints about evaluation or a certain provision or technical requirement, those are normally handled by the procuring entities or the entities that are receiving bank funding. And if it is any complaint that has got to do with allegations of fraud and corruption, this requires a special treatment, irrespective of the size and nature of the contract. The bank takes a look closely and due care in such circumstances in sharing information with the procuring entity. For example, if the bank receives a complaint that there is allegation of fraud or corruption on a particular project or contract financed by the World Bank, then due care is taken in terms of disclosing any of that information. And such complaints are reported to the bank's institutional integrity department. They deal specifically with issues related to fraud and corruption, including, of course, preventative engagements, including investigations leading up to also debarment if the suppliers are so found guilty of having contravened certain provisions of the procurement regulations through their conduct. So what I'm basically saying is that if you have any allegation of fraud or corruption on a World Bank funded project, those are directed to the bank's institutional integrity department. In that website that I've shared with you, you would also find a complete guidance note in terms of how to launch or to raise a complaint. So, what is a complaint? But before we get there, when you look at a complaint, it has to meet certain minimum threshold or certain minimum requirements to be considered a legitimate and not a frivolous complaint. A full description of this is found in Annex 3 of the procurement regulations. They are also accessible from that website that we've shared with you. And the description of the process and the timelines are also stated there, because as you would understand and appreciate, when countries or governments ask for funding or request for funding from the World Bank, it's because they want to achieve a developmental objective within a specific period of time. So when one is dealing with the procurement process or handling the procurement process, it should be such that it supports the development objective. So if the review process of complaints takes forever, then the government will not achieve the project development objectives within those set timelines. So let's move on a little bit to say now, under World Bank funded projects, who can raise a complaint or who can complain? And it says here, also is in the regulations, that any interested party can raise a complaint. Or in other words, a complainant must be an interested party. We will get in the next slide what an interested party means and what can be challenged or what can you complain on. This must be something that is relevant to that particular procurement activities. And there are three of those circumstances. We will look at them just now as well. And then what are the timelines for complaining? Like I mentioned, complaints must be dealt with within a timely manner or in a timely manner, so as not to jeopardize the project development objective. For example, maybe just to put it into perspective, if the people in Esppra needs to receive water, Esppra region need to receive water by August 2025 as the development objective, then the procurement process and the resolution of complaints must take that into consideration, because the people in the village are not concerned about the process. They are concerned about water coming out of the tap. So as we deal with the procurement process, handling complaints, or even raising complaints, it must be genuine complaints. Otherwise, then we are denying the beneficiaries the opportunity to get water in August 2025. What information to include when raising a complaint? There's a minimum information. We'll go through it just now on what needs to be included in a complaint, but let's deal first with who an interested party is. It says it can be a potential participant in a procurement opportunity. You have not yet submitted a bid. You have probably read through maybe the advertisement, you have accessed the bidding documents, and you see something amiss that you feel needs to be complained about, or maybe you see that the specifications are skewed to a certain product that is provided by a particular company. Then you can raise a complaint. You are not yet a bidder, you are an interested party because you have not submitted a bid. And actually, participant is one that now is in the process of submitting a bid or submitted a bid. So if you do say, I come across some provisions that are, you feel that not aligned to the regulations or are not aligned to the process, then you can raise a complaint. And then there are examples there in terms of potential complaint and actual complaint. Example of potential complaint, an RFB or RFP has been advertised, and you are interested in submitting a bid, and you have not yet done so, and you think there's something that is not right in the. But of course, for you to come to a determination that something is not right, you must inform yourself first with the procurement regulations, read the standard procurement documents, have a clear understanding so that when you raise a complaint, it's a genuine complaint, not a frivolous one that will just add to the processing timelines for that procurement. And actual complaint is, the complainant is the one, or participant is the one that have submitted a bid, and in the process leading to the award, there are some things that maybe happen that you feel they are not aligned to acceptable standards, then you can raise a complaint. So what are the circumstances under which you can challenge the process or you can raise complaints? I mentioned earlier that it could be provisions in the procurement documents. Let me give you an example on one project where in the World Bank procurement regulations, it says if it's an international approach to the market, the bidders or proposers must be allowed to bid or to submit bids in at least 3 or at most 3 international convertible currencies. That is the provision in the procurement regulations and also in the standard bidding procurement documents. And in developing the procurement documents, the procuring entity says, no, knowing that this is an international approach to the market, they say, no, the prices will only be submitted in local currency. Do you think international firms have got a genuine issue to raise with that provision? So those are the sort of the type of complaints that firms can raise to say, but the bidding documents or the procurement documents and the regulations says if it's international approach to the market, bidders shall be allowed to present their prices in up to 3, but you are only saying 1. We think this is a violation of the procurement regulations. Then the second option where you can raise a challenge is where a decision to exclude a firm or a bidder has been made. You are challenging the procuring entity's decision to exclude an interested party from the procurement process. That's prior to the award decision. It could be, for example, where it's a consulting services procurement, 2-stage process. After it is announced that who have met the cutoff points and you feel aggrieved that your bid has been prejudiced somehow, and you have evidence and facts, concrete information, because it means if you have not met the cutoff point, then you are excluded from the rest of the process. So it's a decision to exclude from the rest of the process. So you can raise a complaint if there is genuine circumstances that you can put on the table. Then a complaint on decision to award the contract. That's after the award decision has been published, and you feel that there are circumstances that point to a violation of either the procurement regulations or the procurement document or the procurement process itself, then you can so raise a complaint. So here it should not be a complaint that, oh, I didn't win. Then it means they've cheated. It must be accompanied by some sort of concrete information, what you are complaining about, how does it affect you, and so forth. We'll come to those just now. So these are the 3 areas in which you can raise complaints. So now just looking quickly, because the first part here says challenging procurement documents. This is just an elaboration of the first part. You can challenge the pre-qualification documents if there are some provisions that are misaligned with the either the standard procurement documents or with the procurement regulations. So, or you can challenge the initial selection documents. Maybe just for interest's sake, just to differentiate between pre-qualification and initial selection in terms of the World Bank procurement regulations. Pre-qualification is where you invite applicants to pre-qualify for the next stage of the tender process, which can be request for bids in most cases. And all those that meet the pre-qualification criteria are invited to the next stage. Whereas on the other hand, initial selection, the pre-qualification or the initial selection document will specify that will only pre-qualify or initial select a specific number. So if more than that number meets the criteria, then you rank them in terms of qualification and only shortlist those that are with the prescribed number in the initial selection document. So you can also challenge the request for bids, provisions, or request for proposals, any addendum that is issued, if there are provisions that are contravening the procurement regulations, or there are some things that are happening in the requirements that needs to be looked into, you can raise complaints. Then the second point is an elaboration of the previous one. Decision to exclude, where you have not met the qualification requirements. But maybe I just need to mention here that there should be clarity or a distinction between requesting to be debriefed to understand what you did not do correctly and raising a complaint. If you just want to know what you didn't do correctly, how you can improve for the future, then you request for debriefing and they will give you feedback on that. But if you are raising a complaint, you are saying there is a problem here, there's an issue, it needs to be addressed. And if it is addressed, it may lead to a different outcome. So those are the areas where you can challenge a decision to exclude, not being selected in the initial selection, being eliminated from a multi-stage procurement process. Maybe you you fall off at the preliminary examination, or you fall off at the technical stage. If the falling off at those stages, you feel that something untoward has been done, then and you have information to support that, then you can raise a complaint. Not passing the qualifying mark, you can first ask for debriefing to understand why you didn't meet the qualifying mark. But if you see that something was not done correctly, then you can raise a complaint. Then the third part, is the decision to award the contract. We will further elaborate on that. So one element that I mentioned earlier is that complaints must be done in a timely manner, so that they can also be resolved in a timely manner. So in the when you are complaining or raising a complaint on procurement documents, there will be in the procurement documents information on how complaints should be submitted. And generally the timelines for this is that it should be at least 10 business days prior to the submission of responses. 10 business days prior to the deadline for submission of responses, so that you enable the procuring entity time to deal with that complaint. And if they so need to adjust the closing date, they can do it before the closing time. But if you come with a complaint outside those timelines, we will see what happens next. So, so if it's a complaint arising from an addendum to the bidding documents or an addendum to the request for proposal, then that should be done within 5 days, 5 business days after receipt of the addendum. When you are challenging or raising a complaint on the decision to exclude, so the submission also must be made within 10 business days following your receipt of or following transmission of the borrower's communication on that decision to exclude, meaning that 10 days, within 10 days after communication of the, for example, technical evaluation stage results has been issued, you need to raise your complaint if there is a complaint within those 10 business days. Decision to award the contract, if you want to challenge the decision to award the contract, once an award decision has been made by the tender committee or the tender board, there's usually what we call a standstill period of 10 business days. I'm sure probably it's more or less the same here, where within those 10 business days, you can either ask to be debriefed to say, I want to learn how I failed to meet the requirements so that I can improve for the future. But if within those 10 business days, you can also then say, well, something untoward has been done in this selection process, and I'm going to raise a complaint, and these are my facts and supporting information for that. So this is just a graphical representation of those days that I've mentioned. So what happens then that during the standstill period, once you receive notification of intention to award, within 3 business days, you should, if you want to be debriefed, you should request for debriefing within 3 business days. And the entity, this is under World Bank funded projects, the entity that is executing the project is required that within 5 days after receiving your request to be debriefed, which is submitted within 3 days, within 5 days they should have provided a debriefing for you so that this can be completed timeously. But in terms of submission of a complaint, you can submit a complaint anytime within this 10 days of standstill period. So the distinction here is that for debriefing, you have to submit within 3 days and get debriefed within within 5 days. But for raising a complaint, you are required to submit within the 10 days. The intention is that then if there's no complaint, then on the 11th day, the contract is awarded and signed and implementation goes on. Then let's see then. I think it's this also to say if the procuring entity has received a request for debriefing and they are not able within those 5 days to do a debriefing, there's opportunity to extend the standstill period to accommodate the debriefing process, so that the bidders can have that opportunity to get debriefed. So the standstill period or the cooling off period can be extended for a few days, 5 days to be specific, to accommodate the debriefing process. Now, getting to the details of what needs to be included when you are raising a complaint or when you are challenging a procurement process. First, you need to identify yourself as the complainant, your contact details, your address, because complaints are taken seriously, and if you want to raise a complaint, you must be also take it into consideration that you provide the necessary details. What is your interest in making the complaint? What is your interest as the one who is raising the complaint? Which is the particular activity that you are complaining about? Are there any previous communications between you and the procuring entity in relation to this procurement activity. What is the nature of the complaint? What is the juice or the detail or the meat of the complaint? And if it is not addressed, what is the adverse or perceived adverse impact on you as the complainant? And then you have to be clear and specific to state what are the alleged inconsistencies or the violations with the applicable rules, because that is the core of the complaint. You are saying this is inconsistent, or this is in violation of this particular provision or this particular rules. So you have to provide those details when raising a complaint. And in terms of a submission, the procurement documents will have detailed information on where and to whom you should submit the complaint. There will be the addresses will be provided, either email addresses or fax addresses or PO box addresses where you can submit the complaint. And you must make sure it's submitted to the right person as identified in the bidding document, because it's part of following the instruction in the bidding documents. Because if you submit it to somebody else who is not the rightful person to receive complaints, then it might get received outside the required timelines. So it's important to make sure that the information provided in the bidding documents or the request for proposal documents where you are to submit the proposals, the complaints, rather, you make sure that they are submitted to that specific address. So this is just a summary, more or less, of what we have discussed. That the requirement is that when a procuring entity receives a complaint from yourselves or from a complainant, they must acknowledge within 3 days. Within 3 business days, they must acknowledge that, yes, we have received your complaint and we are handling it, and they must deal with it within 7 business days. For the challenging the procurement documents and decision to exclude. So I just want to maybe re-emphasize again that as an economic operator, you have identified some inconsistency or some violation of the procurement rules or processes, and you wish to raise a complaint, providing those details that I spoke to in the previous slide, and you submit it to the procuring entity. From the time they receive it, they have 3 business days to acknowledge, to write to you and acknowledge that, yes, we have received your complaint, and from then they have exactly 7 business days, or within 7 business days, to address the complaint, not more than that. That's for the 2 stages. If it's a decision, challenge to the decision to award the contract, it's the same. They receive your complaint, they must acknowledge within 3 business days. And they need to provide a response or deal with the complaint within 15 business days. So the variation in terms of timelines is that more time is allocated for dealing with a complaint based arising from a decision to award, because there's a little bit more effort of due diligence to handle at that time. All right. So this is the responsibility, the responsibilities of the procuring entity where you would have submitted a complaint. They must provide sufficient information in its response to the complaints, as a minimum of the information, the response that they provide to the complainant. The statement of issues, just to make sure that they understand what the issues are. The statement of facts, they must identify that what are the facts related to the complaint, or they related to the matter around the complaint, and what is the evidence? What evidence do they have to support their position or their standing? In the response that you receive, they must also include what their decision is and the basis for that decision, and any explanation that may be necessary to support the decision. And a concluding statement to close the resolution of the complaint, and also announce what will be the next steps after after their decision. Let's say, for example, if you are not happy with the decision of the procuring entity or the borrower, what will be the next steps? So that the response must provide guidance as such. So in this case, there are two types of, I need to be mindful of the time. Okay, I've got 1 minute. So there are two types of procurement processes within World Bank funded projects, depending on the threshold and the complexity. There are those that are called prior review contracts, where the bank provides a review and clearance at each and every stage of the procurement process. There are those that are called post-review, where the bank, once we agree on the procurement plan and the specifications or technical requirements, then the procuring entity can run with the procurement process until completion. Then we do review after. So for the prior review contracts, because we review at each every stage, if there's a complaint raised, then the borrower or the procuring entity must also promptly inform the World Bank and provide all the necessary information based on the previous slide that we've discussed, and a draft response so that we can review and give clearance before they respond. Debriefing, I've already spoken to it, that if you are unsuccessful, you just want to learn what didn't go well, you have 3 days to ask for debriefing and to be debriefed within 5 days. If there is need to extend the debriefing process, it can be extended by 5 business days. This is a graphical representation of that, which we looked at earlier. And these are the details of, further details on that. I'm just moving quickly, be mindful of the time. So now, suppose that you are not satisfied with the debriefing you have received from the procuring entity or the borrower. The procurement regulations then provide that you can request a debriefing from the World Bank if you are not satisfied with the response or debriefing of the procuring entity. And such information shall be addressed to the practice manager. In the other slides where we were discussing the opportunity, at the very end, last slide, there were contact details of these people where you should send a request for debriefing. But this is to say, if you are not satisfied with the debriefing of the procuring entity, you have an opportunity to also request for debriefing from the World Bank. So in summary, what are the responsibilities, roles and responsibility of the complainant? Make sure that the submission process follow the procurement regulations. You read thoroughly what you want to complain on or raise a complaint on, and make sure it falls within the parameters I earlier explained. It must be done in a timely manner. It must provide the details, the issues, the concerns, the alleged violations or the transgressions or inconsistencies. And in the website that I've shared with you, there is this guidance on how to complain. It has got more details in terms of the process, so you can access that website and get more information. So this is a summary of what the procuring entities should do: provide timely information, respond promptly, provide the details of their decision, and preserve, of course, confidential information of the particular procurement process and complainant. And yeah. And if it is so required that the complainant is not satisfied with the resolution or the addressing of the complaint by the procuring entity, the next step is that the complainant should address their complaint to the World Bank. Then we will then deal with the complaint in terms of the procurement regulations. So what I want to emphasize here is that the process followed under World Bank funded projects does not have the provision to go to court. It says if you are not satisfied with the complaint resolution by the procuring entity, your next step is to request for to address the complaint to the World Bank, because this is arising from the documents issued under the World Bank funded project. So this is for you to note, so that because sometimes people will jump the process and quickly run to court because they want a decision quickly, but then you have not followed the process that is in the procurement regulations as required. I think let me, I don't think there's any other slide. I think this is the end. Thank you very much. I can take questions, Director of Ceremony, if there is time for questions. One or two, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
I'm happy if there are no questions. This means Ushawa Blada Church. All right. Thank you so much, George. We're now moving to our next presentation. I need you to pay attention to this one. I need to introduce our next speaker appropriately. Okay. Where do I start? From the beginning. Okay. Inside this room we have Dr. Izimangaliso Surprise Malachi. Yes, her other name is Surprise Malachi. Is that your name? It is, I know. I did speak to your mother the other day. And she said to me, you are married with 3 kids. You were born in Garankuwa in the Republic of South Africa. You went to a school called Soha or something in the township there. You wrote a book entitled Me, Myself, and My Journey to the Red Gown, where you were painting a picture of the journey you traveled, the difficulties you went through, your childhood dreams, your aspirations, your friends. But you never spoke about your boyfriends, okay? And the schools you attended. I'm in page 146. Okay, she's the senior manager, National Schools of Governance. If I recall well, you are the director of finance there. Not anymore. All right, it's fine. What else do I know about you? In 2016, if I recall, you won the first Financial Wellness Bootcamp Award. Yeah, City Press. Yeah. You said you are still in control of your finances. You are now living a debt-free life. Okay. In 2024, you were one of the speakers during the SIPS Africa conference in Johannesburg. Okay. And you spoke so nicely about ethical leadership. That's why you are here. Then come talk to us about ethical leadership then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Izimangaliso Malachi.
Enkosi, ndatukule. Enkosi, ndiyabulela. Ndibulise wonke umuntu kulendlu. Molweni. Sanibonani. Dumelang. Absheni. Thank you very much. No, Utatu Gulu wenzi homework yakhe. He is a real journalist. However, that article is a number of years old. Some of the details have changed. But thank you very much for having me here this morning. And yes, indeed, I did talk about ethical leadership yesterday as well. You were not here, you missed out. So today we're going to speak about integrity. It's very nice to be here, but I see the room is a bit quiet. I was hoping that you would ask questions, because what Mr. George was sharing is very important. And it's things that normally trouble suppliers, but I don't know whether you are intimidated by the fact that he's from the World Bank. But I hope you will ask questions later then. So, I was asked to speak about integrity. And I often say that when we build a house, we start with the foundation. And that is where I'm going to start. Integrity, for those of you, who are still young, like the MC, you would remember what you learned in school. Integrity is a noun, which means honesty. The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles that you refuse to change. When you say somebody is honest, it means that they have those moral principles that they refuse to change. So, when we're talking about integrity in the space that we are in, we're saying it's the use of funds, resources, assets, and authority according to the intended official purpose. Because the reason why you are here, there is an intended official purpose. You are a supplier for public procurement. So it means that when we say that this supplier has got integrity, we are saying they are using the funds and the resources, the assets and the authority according to the intended official purpose. And I've put a code there. It says, integrity gives you real freedom because you have nothing to fear since you have nothing to hide. And it means you can sleep at night. Are we together? Those who have things to hide, at night they don't sleep, they toss and turn. Or is it only in my country, not here? I'm just checking. So, if you have integrity, it means that you have freedom, because you have nothing to fear, since you have nothing to hide. You did things the way that you were supposed to do them. And I'm glad that Ntate George has presented what he did, because it means that when you are a supplier, you're going to do business with government or with the World Bank, you have a clear understanding of what you need to do. Right? It means that everything has been laid out for you. Therefore, we are not going to have corruption, such as a bribe. Bribe somebody so that you can get the tender. And he did indicate in his presentation, if you're listening, that if you put there at the bottom that if I get awarded, I will give you a 15% discount, you are going to be disqualified. We together. Remogo. Good. So, integrity violations that normally happen that we see: corruption, bribery, kickbacks, nepotism, cronyism, and clientelism. Fraud and theft of resources, for example, through product substitution in the delivery, which results in lower quality material. We are building houses. This house needs 10 cements. Oh, it's for government. We only put in 5 cement. Right? Right? Do we do that? No. Yes, no? No, yes? Yeah, near? Yeah, near. Conflict of interest in the public service and in post-public employment, even doing business with government. We give it to our cousins, we give it to our partners and our friends, right? Because we want to eat and we want them to shine. We want to give them business. Yeah, Sir is looking at me there with a frown on his face. I'm a public servant, I'm not a supplier, but I'm asking you questions. Is that what we do as public servants? Yeah, yeah. She's running away from the mic. It's a valid question that you're saying. Do you want to repeat it for the rest of the other colleagues so that they can hear? And those who are online?
No, I was actually saying I have a challenge with the word nepotism because when it's black on black, it is called nepotism. But when it's white on white, it's called empowerment.
Okay.
So when does this term really come into play, especially in the public procurement space? We should be honest here. We all know that when white people do business together, there are little questions. And everyone just sees that, you know what, I know this person, I've worked with this person, I trust this person.
Yes.
And everyone around them accepts that. You can see a procurement person or a procurement manager having coffee with a supplier if they are white. No one challenges or questions that lunch date.
Okay.
But if you see a black person, a black procurement manager, having lunch with a black supplier, it is saying it is bribery, it is corruption, it is nepotism. So that's where I have a challenge with the term nepotism, especially in the public procurement space.
Thank you very much. And that's a comment, right? A valid one. Okay. Here's table one. There's AG, there's World Bank, there's CEO. You can give them the mic just to add on what she said or to clarify. UCC has a problem with nepotism, and it has got color on it.
Yeah, let me start. I think I'll move away from the black context, yeah, and come to the Swati context. I was reading the news the other day, a newspaper. So it started nicely. So one Sipho Dlamini was signing a contract with Vusi Dlamini. So as you continue reading the article, Dlamini said Dlamini must make sure that the contract is delivered. You understand me? Yeah. They've got their names, different institutions and everything. Also, yesterday the PAC chairperson said that in the room here, he probably has 5-10 relatives. Yesterday when I was giving the recognition awards, I mentioned that one of the panel moderators, Norman Hlubi, is my neighbor in my rural area where I come from. The other moderator again is my neighbor from Engutsen. Where does nepotism comes in? When does it stop? However, there is always the intention behind it. Are they professionals? Did they get here through excellence and qualifications? Was I involved as a CEO in signing them off to be part of the moderators? Those are the checks and balances now that then come into the issues of ethics. If in your heart of hearts you are questioning yourself, do you find a situation where you doubt yourself to have done something good and doing that? I think it all comes to that. In this country, she's probably my relative also, but she'll probably get business from Esppra one day. But was I present in the evaluation process and authorization? Did I excuse myself and declared my conflict of interest when that decision was being made? So those are the issues. There will be a situation whereby, I think Chawoke made an example again, where he was a procurement manager and then he met his uncle that he had not seen in a very long time and gave him money for lunch, and that was being questioned. So it's this whole thing. But now, short answer, short response. At the end of the day, it will all depend to what your conscience tells you. it would be bad when your conscience has been fed a lot of gin, 43% alcohol, that it doesn't even know how to decide about these things. You know, but in again, the reason why you are here, the reason why she's asking the question, it is where we try to revive that inner voice in us as procurement professionals, as suppliers, as government entities, government employees, to say, is what I'm doing right? Can I go to sleep at night and then hear that someone is in my office checking out the signed documents and everything? Can I continue to sleep in peace? A story for another day, this response.
Thank you, CEO.
Am I expected to respond to? In the capacity of the Office of the Auditor General, it's a dire question that you brought on the table, because it's coiled up in the essence of values, integrity, and honesty. We'll all know those, like the CEO has just alluded, it's a matter that is not in a blueprint in values. There's so many schools of thoughts. What's ethical to me, is it ethical to him? It also comes to the issue of question of ethics. What's ethical for you, Dokotela, is not ethical for me. So it depends on which angle you approach it at. But to make it short and clear, it's a valid question. Nepotism comes or is embodied with honesty and integrity. Like he had said, what the transaction is all about, inflating prices and making deals at a personal space, or is it legitimately opening opportunities about anything else? Yes, entrepreneurship is about opening opportunities for each other. So yeah, I would call it up to integrity and honesty, if that would make you sleep better at night.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I think the explanation that the two colleagues have given more or less embraces what I would, or encompasses what I would say as well. Because in terms of the World Bank, on the aspect of integrity, is that all those that are involved directly or indirectly in the procurement process must uphold the highest level of ethics in the process. So I think it boils back to the individual, because sometimes what is perceived and what is real, people cannot tell the difference. So it's about me not placing myself in a situation where I'll be perceived to either be conflicted or be in that situation that you described. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much for the inputs. I think, CEO, just to underscore, the reason why we are here is you have what you said yesterday and the day before was you would like to professionalize the public procurement in Eswatini. So from my side, I would suggest that these are the terms that you need to define according to Eswatini, to say that the concept is Eswatini because it's unique. As you said, one person is related to 4 or 5 other people. It might not be the same as the business integrity concept that we're using. So that should be in your professionalization strategy and framework to say the definition for us in Eswatini, this is what it means. Okay. But thank you very much, ma'am, for bringing that question. Thank you. Okay. So now we move on. The waste and abuse of organizational resources as well, that is part of the violations. But also, I went and looked into the report, the OECD report, which is the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. What is it saying? Because it's comparing the global standards in terms of integrity in public procurement. It says it's a key activity of governments that is particularly vulnerable to mismanagement, fraud, and corruption. And most of the time, when you do your research, when you read about the things that are happening in our governments, they stem from public procurement. So you ask yourself a question, why is procurement always associated with mismanagement, fraud, and corruption? Simply because that is where the transaction starts. If I want to buy this pointer, where do I start? Procurement has to get it for me. Hence, every time when you hear, you will not hear that the CEO took money. It will say that, sorry, not you, CEO, I'm just making an example. I must not be misquoted. It will say that procurement mismanaged the funds because that is the start of a transaction. So efforts to enhance good governance and integrity in public procurement, they will contribute to efficient and effective management of public resources. And that is what we are here for, because as public officials, we have been tasked with managing public resources. We cannot misuse public resources because it is not our money, it is taxpayers' money. And who is the taxpayer? It's you and I at the end of the day, right? International efforts to support public procurement reforms have in the past focused on the promotion of comprehensive tendering with a view to ensuring a fair level playing field for their suppliers. Focus on preventing risks to integrity through the entire public procurement cycle, and private sector, to note, private sector plays a very important role in the delivery of goods and services, because the public sector cannot do it alone. It needs the private sector. So as you are sitting on the other side as a supplier, know that you are a very important component in the procurement cycle, because the public sector cannot deliver goods and services without you. I thought you were going to clap hands to show how important you are. Okay, so you are not important, it's okay. Let's move on. Right. So principles for enhancing integrity in public procurement, they are based on good governance. I've just put up that picture because it's a book that we have just recently. You did not pick this up, Mr. Linton, when you Googled now. This is recent. What you said was 4 or 5 years back. So I thought I would just put it up to say that there is a book that we have written, Public Administration and Governance in Democratic South Africa. And I have asked the organizers if they can share with all the participants, because it's different authors inside in terms of what is currently happening in the South African space with regards to governance. And governance also touches on why we are here today on the topics that we are discussing. So, good governance, it includes elements of transparency and good management, prevention of misconduct, as well as accountability and control. And yesterday when I was speaking, for those who are here, I said accountability, it means that you take accountability for your actions, for your decisions. You cannot pass the monkey to the next person, right? Whether you're in leadership or you're owning your own business, you need to be accountable for your actions and the decisions that you're taking. So an important aspect of integrity in public procurement is overarching obligation to treat potential suppliers and contractors with equitable basis, so that you do not say, no, this one I'm treating them like this, that one I'm treating them. You must treat them with equitable basis. Okay. Then there are 10 principles for enhancing integrity in public procurement. Like I said, I'm starting from the foundation, then we're going up towards you as the supplier. So governments should provide potential suppliers and contractors with clear and consistent information. And if you can recall, that is what the first presenter was doing here, Untate George. He gave you clear and consistent information about what is required for you if you want to do business with the World Bank. Government should also provide clear rules and guidance on the choice of the procurement method and on exceptions to competitive tendering. Why are they only going for the method that they have chosen? Ensure that public funds are used in public procurement according to the intended purpose. If funds have been allocated to go and build houses, that is what the funds are supposed to be used for. They cannot be diverted and used for something else, for an unintended purpose. Ensure that procurement officials meet the highest professional standards of knowledge, skills, and integrity to ensure that when they engage with you as the supplier, they know exactly what they are talking about, and they are clued up in terms of the decisions that need to be made. Government also should provide institutional or procedural frameworks that help protect officials in procurement against influence from politicians or people of higher level. And we read about it all the time, where our officials have been forced to take certain decisions by politicians and officials in higher levels. I know it happens in my country. I see someone is laughing there at the back. Also, to encourage close cooperation between government and the private sector, and also it was I think it was the last statement that the George made in his first presentation, that there must be collaboration and cooperation between government and the private sector, because government really needs the private sector to be able to deliver on its mandate. The specific mechanisms to monitor public procurement, as well as to detect misconduct and apply sanctions accordingly. So if you are not doing what you're supposed to do, there should be sanctions to say that we are blacklisting the supplier because they have done 1, 2, 3, or they have not done 1, 2, 3. So those are the sanctions. And they should be clear from the beginning. You should know what are the sanctions if you do not comply with what you are supposed to comply with. Establish a clear chain of responsibility together with effective control mechanisms. Handle complaints from potential suppliers in a fair and timely manner. And we are so blessed this morning. That is what Ndate George said. He gave you the entire process of how to complain as a supplier. Are we together? Remo. Okay. Remo, we are together. So you've just been saying yes, yes, you, without knowing what you're saying. Government should disclose public information on the key terms of major contracts to civil society organizations, media, and the wider public. We need to know what are the projects that government are working on, right? We need to know who is involved in those projects, and this should be disclosed by government. Government is listening. So, relationship between government and supplier. As I said in my earlier slide, you are very important as a supplier to government because we depend on you to be able to deliver on our mandates. We need those goods and services, and we are getting them from yourselves as suppliers. So government needs to set clear integrity standards and ensure compliance in the entire procurement cycle. And that needs to be made known ahead before you go into a contract with government. You need to know what are the standards and what are the compliance issues that are going with that contract. Record feedback on experience with individual suppliers to help public officials in making decisions. Because sometimes you will have the same supplier doing business with Department A, Department B, but you find that because we don't have, like example, a central supplier database like we have back in South Africa, you are not able to keep track record of that kind of a supplier. You don't know that this is the supplier who was supposed to cater at this event. Instead of arriving at 1 o'clock, they only arrived at 3 o'clock. We had contracted them to cater for 100 people. They only brought 50 pieces of chicken. Yes, or the food that they provided, it cost everybody to have a stomach ache. Yes, so if you have a central supplier database, you are able to put that kind of information. It's feedback in terms of how that supplier has delivered or not delivered. Together? Right. Remo, thank you. Potential suppliers should also be encouraged to take voluntary steps to reinforce integrity in their relationship with government. We cannot paint everybody with the same brush to say, oh, all suppliers are corrupt, all suppliers lack integrity. No, we cannot do that. But it's also upon yourself to ensure that you deliver what you promised, quantity, quality, time, right? Okay. Maintain a dialogue with suppliers organizations to keep up to date with market evaluations, and that is exactly what is happening right now. Esppra has invited you as suppliers to say, you know what, let us empower you, let us give you knowledge in terms of what is required of you. Ensure that potential suppliers have effective and timely access to review systems of procurement decisions and complaints are promptly resolved. And I think a World Bank presentation has elaborated quite a lot on that. consider establishing alternative dispute settlement mechanisms instead of us only going to court. What are other settlement mechanisms that can be there? Analyze the use of review systems to identify patterns where individual firms could be using reviews to unduly interrupt or to influence tenders. And this one goes back, if you have a central database system for all your suppliers, then this becomes quite easy. So let's move on to you as a supplier now. If you look at that diagram, you can see that it's collaboration, customer, supplier, there must be communication, clarity, there must be honesty. It's a partnership that we're going into between ourselves as government and yourself as a supplier. So the word integrity, honesty comes into play again. And if you think about it, any relationship, even in your own personal relationship, integrity plays an important role. Right or wrong? Or it doesn't matter? Yes, no? No, yes? It depends. Black and white relationship, this one. Not the true picture. Okay. No, not Eswatini. I don't expect that Eswatini, no ways. All right, so back in South Africa, we have this famous, term, tenderpreneur. Uputu wa matenda, no sisi wa matenda. Right? Those are the suppliers who do business with government. And it says, tenderpreneur, it's a South African colloquialism for a business person who uses political contacts to secure government procurement contracts, often as part of reciprocal exchange of favors or benefits. And it is often associated with corruption, nepotism, and clientelism. And the tenderpreneurs, this is what they are known for, the luxury life, right? They normally drive those cars that have a name and a surname. You know them, right? Range Rover, Mercedes Benz, Yes. They don't wear watches like the one that I'm wearing. I'm wearing a watch. They wear timepieces like that one. Yeah. You see, everybody's wide awake now. Yes. They wear timepieces. They don't shop at the mall here. They go to society. Right? Yeah, I'm a tenderpreneurs. Diamond Walk in Saint-Tin. There is a famous drink that they are associated with. Do you know what that? Yes, you see, she knows it. She's a supplier. Ace of Spades. You know when they serve you that drink, it comes like this, right? And there's an entourage of people who are bringing that drink. Tenderpreneurs. Yes, with a government salary, you cannot afford that. Ma'am, AG, can you afford that with your salary? No. Or maybe the World Bank, because they get paid in euros and dollars. But this is the kind of lifestyle that is associated with people who are doing business with government, right? And at the end of the day, hence it gives that negative connotation that there is corruption that is happening. Because truly, with your hard-earned cash, can you buy that Ace of Spades? Ma'am, have you tasted it? She has, the way that she's smiling. But you've seen it, right? Yes. I've seen it on social media. Oh, okay. We together. Remorse. Good. And they wear those expensive brands, right? Top 10 most expensive clothing brands. Yay, abaput bamatenda. Niyabazi ne? Hey, CEO. Wathameka wena. Abekho la. Abekho Eswatini. That's not true. That is not true. Abekho. Bakhona. Ngibabonile izolo la ehotel bakhona. Are they foreigners? They come from South Africa, ne? Oh, okay. Right. Let's continue. Okay. All right. But you get what I'm saying, right? So this is the negative connotation that goes with people who do business with government. And I hope it's not the same here in Eswatini, right? I don't know. Right. So why are you doing business with government? Engagement with government, the first thing that comes to mind, you are charging exorbitant prices. This bottle of water that costs 15 rand, we end up paying 50 rand, sometimes even 100 rand. Why? That means that you are robbing your own citizens. You're not robbing me. You are robbing your own citizens because you are taking money, right? Oh, is that why you're charging exorbitant prices? AG, in South Africa, on a quarterly basis, all departments, SOEs included, they have to submit a 30-day supplier payment report to National Treasury. And that is the first report that gets audited when AG comes. And it's part of compliance to ensure that suppliers are paid within 30 days. So perhaps it's something that you can also look at as AG. Yes. Yes. Is it too long? 3 years. Okay. That is scary. Now the business is already, it's closed. It has closed shop. But perhaps, since we're talking about the professionalization of public procurement, that could be something to be looked at. Yes, and say, let's just put that as a mechanism to ensure that government pays our suppliers in 30 days, not 3 years. Integrity, remember, it's universal. It applies to all areas of life, including business. Honesty, it applies to all business dealings. Goods and services of poor quality, we often see horrendous things and read horrendous stories where suppliers have provided goods of poor quality. They compromise on quality of standards. There's a lot of corruption and waste. They identify gaps that would end up being more money in their pockets. That's true, because you as the supplier, you know that, okay, here, these people do not understand this contract or this tender. And you can already see a loophole. And you go for the kill. Yes. You say, for us to be able to close on this one, we need 1, 2, 3, and I can also give you a quotation for that one. So, I'm asking, are these the reasons why you go into business with government? To make more money? Or are you there to help us achieve the mandate of government? It's a rhetoric question. It doesn't need an answer. When rendering a service, delivering public goods, do it as if you're doing it for your family. In Singapore, they have this motto in their public service. Would you do the same for your mother? Yes, especially in health. This is the question that they ask. When you walk into their health facility, it's there, into their public health facility. Would you do the same for your mother? Would you treat your mother the same? So I often ask myself this question as a public servant, and I still have not received an answer. But I hope you can ask it, when you go and render a service or go into business with government. These are often what is picked up or what we see. A tender would be awarded, you would see people are starting to work, but after 2 or 3 weeks, the poor road is no longer straight, it's crooked. Or after the first rains of summer. That is what you see. Or RDP houses that have been built and somebody realizes, the bricks, you just put them. Yes, you just cover up. You can see there in the middle, the picture in the middle, that used to be a tarred road. But it has got more potholes on it than when you go and be on the sand on the outside of the road. Okay? Look at that water. Right? Red George, that is from your neighbors in Mafike. that water just across your border. The house, all these houses, beautiful houses. Can you see? Water table. Was there a feasibility study that was done? No. But somebody got money and they are gone and they are driving a Range Rover now. Do you sleep at night after you have provided such a service? Look at that road. It's endless examples that we can use. But the question that I'm asking is, since we are in this partnership as suppliers and government, for us to be able to achieve the objectives of government, we need you. For us to be able to deliver services to our citizens, we need you. But why do we end up with this kind of a service? Would you do the same for your mother? So, as a supplier, stick to the rules of your profession. Some of you are engineers. Some of you are mechanics, and you are, all those professions. You are architects. You have rules that bind you as an engineer. But simply because you're doing business with government, you decide that those rules are not important. The standards are not important because I'm doing business with government. We build a house. If it falls, they will give us another tender to go and repair the same house that we have built exactly a year ago. As a supplier, you still need to comply with policies and regulations because that's who we are as government. We have rules, we have regulations, we have policies in place. Same as you in your own home. You have your own rules. And you expect everyone who's coming into your home to comply with your rules. As government, we also have rules that needs to be complied to. Honor your commitment. You have gone into business with us as government. You have signed and agreed that you are going to deliver so many units on this date. Honor your commitment. Deliver quality service. Do not give us the kind of houses that we saw on the previous slide. Be reliable as well as a supplier. Sometimes you have suppliers that you go in, you give them a contract, you sign. From there, they disappear. They disappear, you cannot find them anywhere. They've disappeared. Be reliable as a supplier. Look at your capacity as well. You know that you want to cater for Umgidi. There's an Umgidi that's coming very soon of thousands of people. And then you say, yes, I have capacity. You don't even have plates or cutlery to cater for 1,000 people. Check your capacity first. Yes, we want business, we want to grow, but at times you have to be honest with yourself and say, this one is bigger than what I can. Right? It's bigger than what I'm capable of doing. Also take a long-term view. Avoid shortcuts when you do things because you want repeat business from us, am I right? You want to come back and do work with us as business. Your reputation is also at stake, so make sure that you keep your slate clean so that we can come back for more business and use you again. Location, it also goes with capacity. You are staying here, but you want to cater for an event that's there at the airport. You're going to wake up at 3 and you cook spinach for us, and we're going to eat there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time we eat, we are all sick because it's been in the car for how long? Location is also important. Communication, communicate. If you know that you are not able to deliver, if you know that there is a problem, communicate with the relevant individuals within the department. Be honest with yourself and in dealing with government. Because sometimes we end up being dishonest with ourselves. I know that this one I cannot do, but I tell myself that, this one I'm going to do. But you know very well that you don't have the capacity. Be honest with yourself and be honest in dealing with government. Deliver goods and services to the best of your ability as a supplier. And that is what integrity is about. Professional integrity is a struggle against mediocrity, lethargy, and purposelessness in one's work and personal life. It is being at war with indifference while yearning for breakthroughs through creativity, hard work, responsiveness, and inclusivity. Let's get out there and do well. This is by Professor Busani Ngqaweni. He is the head of the institution that I come from, the National School of Government. And it sums up exactly what we were saying. Because integrity is not only about you as a supplier or us as government, it applies in our daily lives as well. How do we do business with each other, or how do we go into relationships with each other? Integrity is not something you show others. It is how you behave behind their back. It is what is within you. That is integrity. Only you know the kind of person that you are. But I'm saying to you, as someone who does business with government, let us do it with integrity, with honesty. Thank you. Ke a leboga. Ngiyabonga. Thank you very much, Mr. Program Director. I am spot on. I am 1 o'clock. Lunchtime. I did not steal any of your time. And you said when you started that you know the king. And I must say, I don't know the king. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you give her a round of applause, please? During COVID-19, she wrote a book in 4 months. Was that the book you said in 2020, before the end of the year, you will unveil a new book? Was that the book you are referring to? Okay, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for everything you've just said. I just want to ask one question before we go for lunch. Can you be a professional without upholding ethical standards? It's an answer for another day. Let's go for lunch. Thank you. 45 minutes, Elanjin. 45 minutes. Sengiqalile ngiyabala nje nyana.
1, 2. 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
All right, we have a minute to settle down so that we can start the program yethu yanamhla. All right, remember before we went to lunch with a presentation by Dr. Izimangaliso on integrating public procurement. I'd like now to call my panelists so that we can dissect further this topic. From the ACC, we have Mr. Taylor, we've got Mbongeni Similani from Internal Audit, and we've got Mr. Ngwenya. Esppra, Mr. Ngwenya, can you please come up on stage, please, so that we can continue with the program. Then we've got Solofelo. We are replacing the doctor. Are you not Dr. Solofelo yourself? Oh, okay, no. Can you please come up on stage?
No, they've been one. Oh, they were one. Oh, okay.
Testing.
All right, maybe to kickstart this session, I was reading a report by the World Trade Organization. They released a report in 2015. They were also talking about ethical leadership and how can we combat corruption in public procurement in their context. And again, the World Bank also released a report. I'm sure Mr. George will recall. They're talking about how can we ensure that in the public procurement space, there's no corruption. Seemingly, there's so much happening around the procurement space, and everybody's trying to combat corruption. And I want to pose this one to the ACC. Then you introduce yourself, Mr. Taylor. Are we ever going to succeed in fighting the scourge of corruption, especially in the procurement space?
Sanbonani, good afternoon. My name is Menzi Taylor. I am an anti-corruption practitioner. I place within the ACC under the Prevention and Education Department. Mr. Gule, I will start off saying corruption pays, and it pays well. Secondly, corruption with everyone, corruption pays. So, which then translates to say that fighting corruption starts with you. In particular, the private sector that gives services and goods to government. Thirdly, the private sector is a key player in public procurement, in particular, improving service delivery. So, fighting corruption, Corruption can never really be eradicated, but instances of corruption can be reduced. As a country, we've used a model of being reactive as opposed to being proactive, minimizing the new opportunities of corruption. Thank you.
Right. Solofelo, there are principles in everything. The OECD report states about 5 principles that can be used to eradicate corruption. There's integrity, the doctor was talking about integrity, transparency, stakeholder engagement, accessibility, e-procurement. The principles are there, but where's the problem? Is it an organizational problem or an individualistic problem?
It's a combination of a lot of things, but I think ultimately it comes down to one thing. I've spent most of my career in the private sector. I've done a short stint in the public sector. And one of the stark differences between how we treat corruption in the public sector and how we treat it in the private sector is accountability. Because with a weak accountability framework, people understand that there are no consequences for their actions. So it's notoriously difficult to get fired from a public sector job. Why is that? You have to try really hard to get fired in the public sector. But if you make 2 consecutive mistakes in the private sector, you know that you're losing your job and you're losing your livelihood. So I think the overarching principle needs to be, we need to be strong enough to hold people accountable. Following that, then all these other principles like transparency and integrity flow from that. But the benchmark for me, the foundational bedrock of everything we do, needs to be that we hold people accountable when we catch them being fraudulent or corrupt.
Mr. Gonya, what are you doing as ESPPRA to combat corruption in the procurement space?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone in the room. Thank you for the question. Corruption is quite a contentious subject. Everyone feels that must be cognizant of the emotionality that it can come with when you are trying to talk about corrupt issues. So what the agency is doing is that it is putting more effort in terms of prevention and in terms of sensitizing its stakeholders on corruption. And then we also do investigations, and we then refer all what we have gathered through investigations to relevant bodies that deals with corruptions. Remember, there is ACC, and also the police, they deal with issues that involves corruption. So that is mostly what we are doing as an agency, because we have understood that most of the corrupt activities evolve around public procurement. Thank you.
Maybe before I come to you, Mr. Smilane, Mr. Ngonya, the agency is under the Ministry of Finance. There are issues of independence that come into play here. If you can be fully independent, can you put us in your confidence that probably, yes, you can deal with compliance issues, integrity issues, but can you win the fight against corruption?
I'm not sure if I should understand the question to say that maybe being part of a ministry makes it not being fully independent or not. But I just want to say that it is relatively impossible to be fully independent, because where we're going to get your funding in running your operations, And more than that, you still have to report somewhere. Obviously, you'll be reporting in certain structure of government. So being 100% independent, for me, it's probably something that is not 100% possible. But yes, in terms of legislation, we are independent, and I want to believe that we are fully independent, save for the issues of reporting lines, which makes the independency to be, to a certain extent, questionable.
You want to come in there? But okay, maybe before you come, Mr. Solofelo, I've got friends in the government departments, especially in the Ministry of Finance. And some of my friends, this is what they've sent me today. Common public procurement issues, you'll deal with this one. Dishonest of senior officials, or corrupt senior officials, use of limited tendering and single source methods as a tool to bypass open tendering methods. Lack of use of procurement plans or procurement plans not prepared, unplanned procurement, use of inappropriate procurement methods, stages of procurement processes bypassed, non-competitive bidding by suppliers. Is that are these the only reasons, or are these the only factors that you find when you're doing your work? And why is it difficult to deal with these ones if you find them across board?
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mbongsen Smelane from Internal Audit. Almost everything you've said, Mr. Kule, is it's mostly our findings during procurement audit reviews, and it's not all. We've got even collusion with whoever is supposed to do something, and somebody who's got to bring some controls in that space. As internal audit, our duty is to talk to management about getting their governance in place, getting their controls in place, and doing a lot of risk management, because that's what's happening. That's what you should have in place, so that your corruption, you deal with corruption and unethical practices in the procurement space. So there's a lot of things, Mr. Kul, not only that.
The issue of ethics, seemingly, we in this kingdom have a problem with ethics. We have in South Africa during the state capture, someone was saying, where were the procurement officials when that was happening? And the response was, you need to position them somewhere to capture the economy of your kingdom. Now, we were dealing with the issue of independence. The way I understand it is like there is governance independence. Then again, there's independence in terms of the operations. What's your take on that one?
Esppra doesn't want to fight for itself, so let me fight for Esppra. There needs to be absolute independence of a procurement regulator. Absolute independence. It cannot report into finance. It cannot report into a ministry. The regulator needs to report into parliament. And this is why I say that. Every time where priorities are convoluted, the empowerment you are given to exercise your responsibility will always be influenced. We think of state capture a lot of the times as a negative thing that happened, but that is a perfect example of how independence secures results. Because remember, in the years leading up to state capture, there were a lot of organizations that were empowered, that were not independent, that were doing investigations. Those investigations didn't come up with any results. It wasn't until the Zondo Commission was set up and Zondo was given absolute independence and absolute carte blanche to look into whoever he wanted to look into, that state capture then was able to uncover what had really been going on in public procurement. So that's the first thing. I think independence is absolutely paramount. We need to start talking about structures where the regulator reports directly into Parliament, be it the PAC or any of the other financial committees. That's the first thing. Second thing is, we need to ask ourselves why, when we're talking about robbery and bribery and rape and all of these other crimes, we focus all of our budget on catching people and holding them accountable. But when we talk about corruption, we focus all of our budget on teaching people. Why, with every other crime in any state, we focus on the consequences, but with corruption, we think education is the problem? It's not that people don't know they're being corrupt. It's not that people don't know what ethical behavior is. So yes, education is an important component, but maybe 20% of the problem. If people know that they will be caught, they will be held accountable, they will either be more careful in being corrupt or they'll stop being corrupt altogether. So I think our focus is probably on the wrong side of the coin.
You are free to pose some questions if you have. I might not answer, I might not ask all the questions, all the right questions, must I say. Now, Mr. Taylor from the Anti-Corruption Commission, the Minister of Justice yesterday was meeting with the Senate Portfolio Committee. And one of the issues that were raised there, the independence of the ACC in fighting corruption in this country. I don't know if we need to dig deep into this, but maybe it's a topic for another day, because I don't want to find myself without a job. I don't trust the CEO that much. So if I can go deeper with this one. But I just want to understand something here. They say Vusi. Yeah, this is the CEO. Yeah. Corruption is said to be an outcome. It reflects a country's legal, economic, cultural, and political institutions. The corruption that is so rife in this country, does it not reflect who we are as a society?
Thanks, Mr. Cole. Corruption is a symptom of failed governance. If the private sector can subscribe to corporate governance principles, I've said earlier that these guys are paramount in improving the service delivery. If you can look at the health case issue where Emma Swati lost lives, corruption has victims. So if then corruption has victims, we need to look at systems and processes that will ensure that whosoever puts his hand in the public purse in corrupt practices or dealings, he's brought before book as early as possible. But we are in a space where those who are deemed to be corrupt, they seem to be elevated into senior authoritative position, maybe possibly to continue with great corruption. But for the purposes of the anti-corruption to be effectively and efficiently carrying out its different mandates, it does need a holistic independence, because the independence that is enshrined in our law speaks to operational independence. The financial independence, we are in terms of the law, we are classified to be a public body, and we subscribe to public laws. So which then has its own challenges in effectively enforcing our law.
Yeah, okay. In 2015, the G20 countries had a summit in Turkey. And one of the resolutions that were taken there was that the public procurement laws and regulations and procedures should be easily accessible to, understandable by the interested public to combat corruption. We have laws in this country in terms of the procurement space, but are they plain enough for the simple man on the street, probably even to, and the SMEs to even understand, Mr. Ngoy?
Thank you. I think restructuring laws, making them to be intentional in combating crime, corruption for that matter, is very, very key. But when you look into our enabling legislations, that is the Public Procurement Act, it doesn't have much that relates to that. Yes, there is some clauses that deals with corruption, and there is a penalty clause which deals with corruption activities. It seems to be serious because it is 10 years imprisonment or 10 million in terms of fine, or both. So it is looking like it is deterrent clause towards committing corruption. But there's still more that has to be done. In order to curb corruption or at least minimize it to a significant level, we really have to look in a structure of our legal framework, not just procurement, but every structure of our legal framework should kind of be intentional in curbing corruption, such that we make it a serious and a very serious offense. That is, I'll make an example. In some other countries like Singapore, corruption is very minimal because of the result or the punitive measure that comes with the crime of corruption. So what we need to do, we need to put more effort, make it intentional, so that we all know that it is a serious offense. And we also have to focus, like government should be intentional in the sense that it sets the tone at the top. If we are still focusing on the corruption done by people who are not so in top level, the effect will not be felt if we were to deal with those people at the top. So in most cases, you find that the corruption that we're dealing with, it's us in our level here. There is no much focus at a high level. Even if there is that focus at a high level, the processes will tend to be frustrated. So we really need to set the tone at the top, and we shall see result, and strengthen the legal framework that deals with corruption. Thank you.
You want to come in there, Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Gula. I just want to add to what my colleague here has mentioned. There's the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. It's a legally binding convention that seeks to deal with corruption effectively. There is a provision, I think it's chapter 2, preventative measures, where it creates inroads, or rather a participation framework for the private sector and the civil society to make contributions in the fight against corruption. And in addition, currently in Eswatini we've got the Standards Authority, which we have adopted the anti-bribery standard, which then incorporates the commitment of the leadership in the prevention of corruption. It's a document already available at SWASA at a fee. It will help the private sector to enhance their preventive measures against corruption. Thank you.
I wonder if government, or if we cannot blame government in this. I wonder if government is not fueling the scourge of corruption in terms of the late payment of suppliers. We look at the Stunusa-Gega Road. That road was given to a construction company, and the construction company was paid, but it failed to deliver. Money was lost. The taxpayer
felt there. I'm sorry if the directors are in the room. Very sorry. Very
Stand
sorry.
up, let's see you.
The road was given to another company. Then, okay, finally, we get to enjoy. I want to come to you, Mr. Smilane. Is government's failure to pay suppliers on time a problem? Because what then usually happens is that government is going to buy I'm making an example, an exercise book that costs about 10 emalangeni. Government will buy that exercise book at a cost of 500 emalangeni. I just want your thoughts on that subject.
Yeah, it is a problem because like one of our colleagues here talked about it, like we are having problems with late payments. That's why we have to charge exorbitant amounts of for something that's very cheap. So it is a problem, and what I've seen that's been happening in the government is that you still find some, let me say, it's a government paying using a very old contract, which was made in 2020. Meaning, how is that person able to provide me products that were priced in 2020? So it means that contract that government is using, that tender, it was very, maybe in my opinion, it was the amounts were not that let me say true fair for government, because how can it be giving me prices that were 4 years back in the line for
It means
something
government wants quality product. Government wants a BMW, but government is prepared to pay for a Toyota Corolla. Is that what you are saying? All right. Mr. Gwan, you want to come in there?
Yeah, I think I have to come in because I have to protect my stakeholders.
Okay.
This is the private sector that do business with government. And I want to ask a question to say that if I am hungry, will you say it is a good thing to steal because I am hungry? My statement says late payments or whatever factors that are involved shouldn't be a motivation to be corrupt. The corruption subject is an issue of an individual. It's an individualistic decision. That company run by natural persons means it is not ethical and it is lacking integrity. We should remember that integrity comes with principles. Then it begs the question, if the company even does it have principles? What are the core values of the company? What are the principles of the company? Are you consistent with your principles? So that results to the decision to be in or to find yourself in these corrupt activities. So really we have to look back as us driving those companies to see that what our values are, we intentional in adhering to our core values. So it shouldn't be the issue of late payment of some. Yes, I understand it's a factor, it is a business thing, but it should not be a motivation. Thank you.
Sort of we are itching to come in there.
No, it's maybe I hope I'm in a room of honest people. Who in this room has ever paid? Maybe switch off the cameras. Has ever paid a police officer a bribe to get out of a fine? Just hands. I'll go first. All right. So it's everyone. What I want to understand is, when we talk about they are corrupt, who is the they? It's every single one of us, right? And that's why I'm saying, from a knowledge point of view, we know and understand what corruption is, because on some level, quite a number of us do it in our daily lives. The question needs to be, how do we set up the framework that stops enabling corruption? The first thing is consequence management. I've beat that one to death. I'm not going to go there. The second thing is we need to empower regulatory authorities like Esppra, right? You need to give the organization a budget with which to be able to do capacity building and knowledge sharing. One of the things we did in Botswana many, many years ago, and we were a group of university students who are really passionate about debate. So we wrote a proposal, went to DCEC, the Directorate of Corruption and Economic Crime, and we said, hey, we can set up Setswana, which is the local language, debates for kids in primary school and high school. And we can go to every single small town, village, and host these debates there, right? Which was a great way to make the issue of corruption topical, but also to share information about what is good and what is bad behavior. DCEC could only do that because they were actually given a budget with which to work with. So if you don't empower the institutions that are supposed to protect you from corruption, you're going to die of corruption. The third thing is, a key thing that organizations like Esppra need to be able to do, again speaking about budget, is they need to be able to conduct research. They need to be able to vet out of the procurement process businesses that aren't serious about doing business, because that is another thing that leads to corruption, right? But they can only do that through having the budget to do market research, having the budget to understand who is here just because they're trying to get a tender so they can buy a Range Rover and not deliver. Who is here because they actually believe in business and want to grow into a large company. That's the kind of work that they can only be able to do if they're empowered to do so from a budget. So we can talk around all of these issues, but if the framework is wrong, if the budget isn't available, and if we don't hold people accountable, all of us who've paid police officers fines will learn that if I can pay 1,000 Rand or 20,000 Rand for a 1 million Rand project, I can go ahead and do that, and we won't have the ethics to stop us because it's become a cultural issue.
Okay, I note the hands, and before I bring this session to a close, I just want to ask a question to Mr. Ngwenya and Mr. Tsela. Both answer me this one. Is there political interference in this country in respect of the agencies that you work for?
You must give us names.
Okay, Mr. Tsela?
Maybe I can start, Mr. Kula. Anti-Corruption Commission, it's a creature of statutes. It comes with provisions on how it should conduct its business. The law states that anti-corruption is independent in carrying out its operational functions, meaning in carrying out its mandate. It should not get direction from anybody. I didn't say but. Okay, maybe Mr. Kuda.
Is that what that is supposed to be happening?
We spoke of integrity, ethics, but one must demonstrate integrity. In all honesty, when we are fighting corruption, corruption fights back. It can use the legal framework, whatever framework, to say we are a body that is charged in fighting and advocating for a corrupt-free Eswatini. But those who are beneficiary of corruption will always fight back. We've seen in our region where the justice system get paralyzed because a certain individual has been brought before court to answer on matters of corruption. It is also, yeah.
Okay,
Mr. Ngonya.
Mr. Ngonya.
All right, thank you. There are some instances, but they're very minimal. However, the principals, they are able to handle those, because in some instances you'll find that there will be a question to say that.
If you said the principal, we are referring to the CEO.
the office of the CEO and the board of directors.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I wonder, because CEO of parastatals in this country, they are given a contract of 3 years. And we had an engagement with the Prime Minister one day. We said, how come you're in office for 5 years? And these guys are given a contract of 3 years. And if they need that contract to be renewed, probably they need to please somebody one day. I'm not referring to him. He's an honest man. Okay, I saw a hand there. Probably let me start with you, Mr. Bennett, then.
While you're going to the floor, that's actually a very interesting problem, because it means that if you work too hard in 3 years, we can get rid of you before the end of the term.
Okay, Mr. Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Kule. Just a couple of pointers here. One, I think directed to Mzomba, ACC. Willing buyer, willing seller. Corruption it's a tandem. You know, you can't have just one corrupt person. The tendency with our government is that the one who is buying is willing to be paid for the corruption. Starting point is, if you are willing to be paid for the corruption, you've already started it off. And unfortunately, the integrity, ethics were directed at the supplier and not the buyer. Okay, and yet the problem starts off with the one who is buying. Okay, so if government can sort itself out there, from your tender boards and the committees and the, you know, the list is long, including the Ministry of Finance and the Treasury Department that pays. If they can search themselves internally, try and get rid of the, I don't want to call, but yeah, you call them what you can, but those who are responsible, starting off there. And then a code of ethics on the private sector. You speak about international codes, but none here. Where the private sector, if you are caught out, you need to be dealt with. Otherwise, it will never stop. There must be punitive measures put in place, and not just in principle. We always refer to the Singapore case, that corruption is at its lowest because they are intent on finding the corrupt practices and dealing with them, and then it keeps corruption low. But if that's not your intention, you're not going to get rid of it. So, are our procurement professionals in the house ethical? Do they have integrity? Where are they regulated? Among themselves. When you go to school, the school of procurement, SIPS, are you told about integrity and a code of conduct that you sign up to? That you will not accept anything? Or it's when you qualify and you get into the business, the brown envelope deals the best and you also fall in because you've got a family to support. So the brown envelope is what goes. So where's your code of conduct? Where's your code of ethics? Where's your personal list of values that you subscribe to? The cost of capital, we must understand, is not cheap. And if government is going to buy services from somebody who doesn't even have the money, wants the best of quality, wants to pay the, they say in English, if you serve peanuts, monkeys will come. Okay. So if you want to buy cheap, your cheap supplier will come. But your cheap supplier is not going to come at a cheap price because they know you don't pay. So already the supplier is saying, they say government doesn't pay. So I won't have the money to buy because government doesn't pay. So I must get a loan. I must get first a loan to secure the award. And then a loan to secure, to buy the products that government is buying from me, because I am also a supplier, or maybe a manufacturer of the product. So that cost comes from me. And government says, I need this project, so they go out to tender. It takes them a year to award, or 6 months to award, while who's paying for a guarantee? Not government, me. And then 6 months later, I'm not even awarded. Even if I am awarded, the cost of that loan for the guarantee, I must pay. I can't get it back from government. So it's important that government considers, one, the time between, once you've finished, you knew you needed to build a building. You knew you had the money or you didn't have. So if you don't have the money, don't think of building. Because issuing out an award is like giving out a check, knowing fully well you don't have the money in your bank account. So how do you think it's going to make me feel when I present that to my bank and they say it's bounced? How am I going to pay my salaries? These are not non-Swazis. These are Swazis that I have to pay. Or these are Emaswati that I have to send home at the end of the month because I can't pay them if you haven't paid me. So government needs to look at that. Yes, private sector has also played a big role where we deal at a personal level, not at a corporate level. So because I know LinkedIn and I know he's going to pay, LinkedIn being a senior officer, the PS or the minister, and the minister gives me his word or a letter or a WhatsApp, those things don't count unless there is a paper, there is a government order, or any supplier. If they say, go ahead without an order, you take the risk. And if they don't pay you, don't say government. Say me and him went into a deal, not government. And that's where we go wrong. A lot of times we don't even have anything to back up. If the Minister for Finance were to come in here and say, how many of you are being owed? All our hands are up. How many of us have government orders? I have. Here's a letter signed by the PS or the US or whoever director. I said, who has a government order? Because government is this order. Because of the fear of not getting any business out of government, we tend to keep quiet. And I hope this doesn't, it's not online. If it is, doesn't matter. Whether it's online or it's not. Let's just be honest with ourselves and government also as the buyer of the services. The last one is, I did mention the tender boards. Please look into that and just make sure that you are not being shortchanged as the client government. Your tender boards and your committees that start off the process of procurement, you need to make sure that there's integrity there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Probably even before going, I can make a comment or two. Let's take that gentleman over there. Sanatsemand. Yeah, you know, Tabamadi.
Sanbonan. Ngicela ukukhuluma ngesiswati. Ngilokhuluma lo lokulakimi. Nalele nguva nekukhuluma la. Kwaqala nginembuto lothi lokwende kwekuthi nite.
Maybe you can introduce yourself. And this was Mr. Bennett.
Oh, ngwakadlamini sibongo.
Dlamini ukune.
Yeah. Lo kwende kwekuthi nicabange thina ukuthi sifuna kube beqala kufundiswa i-corruption ngabe yini. It's a question that is lesamqondweni wami. Sengiyabuya ngithi kuba kanti corruption. Yini umehluko wokwethula necorruption? Kufuna basicatulule lapho. Number 2, LinkedIn ukhulume nge-issue mbamba, uyazama lwaka Esppra kuyicisha, but i-reality. Let's see, late payments, ngiyo la sibekela sikhona khona namhla. 1, these so-called lamajalawa, yebo nangalahle lapho ngembili. Ane syndicate asebenzisa some of us ngala kwekuthi ku benefit bona ngale bona bahleti bashaya ngama econs nine on the ground niyabhadalwa but anibhadalwa ngekufana nenda umsebenzi munye after 8 months anikabhadalwa nini lo ngikhuluma bekwentiwa nama storm damages ahulumende. Most companies have been paid, but most companies again have not been paid. Sitetisu thine asidle emakhaya asibhadale ama rent asihambi emgwaqweni la kuhamba labanye khona yini asikhulumeni reality i-corruption ingalapho ngenhla not on the man lo sesitaladini. Number 3 ngithi mine uma besifuna ukuqala ukukhuluma indzaba ye-corruption asicale neParliament phela bongozi lapho khona italele khona itala kithi nje singemaqanza alokulokwendekele eParliament anisubese ke nini nifuna kubulala liqanza nishiye lenkukhu letalela leliqanza. Number 4, kulama issues lesikhuluma ngawo namuhla la nithi nine niyasibekisela ngabo Singapore. Bo Singapore lesikhuluma ngabo ngemave lakhipha imisebenzi ayinika abantu but akaqali ngekugodla lemisebenzi lebhadalako bese banika nine lama rejects lele batawati kahle kusinangabe wenda iprofit utawenda iprofit ya 10 rand when in actual fact bona bakha iprofit ya 100 emalangeni. Sinemabhange that are behind us le uva kwangazuthi vele kubita usebenzise ema extreme measures kuthi utowususana ngomsebenzi wasebhange lamva kwakho because if after 8 months you haven't paid the bank ucabanga ukuthi le mali nayibuya itawufika kuwe ukhona kuyenjoya le mali. Sicela Esppra angas organize le ma workshops aphume abe on the ground eve bandvu kwakuthi inkinga ikuphi. Sicela anti corruption angabophi thina ama SMEs lamancane asesimbone abamba nababo bhabule kukhulunywa ngabo onke malanga la. Hayi thina.
Okay, thank you so much, Rose. Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. In the interest of time, I will just give this gentleman a minute or two to say their comments and close. Yeah, we are running out of time. But I just want to understand, because there is a mediator between God and man, Jesus Christ. Who is the mediator between the suppliers, the contractors, and government? Who can answer me? Who is the mediator? Is it ESPPRA, the mediator between what Mr. Dlamini said and government? Are you the mediator?
I think it depends on the industry sector. When it is issue relating to construction, we have CAC. When it's issues relating to SMEs, they SEDCO. I think it depends on the industry sector.
You can close.
Yeah. Okay. Let me give comfort to the group to say that this ethics topic, it was not tailor-made for suppliers. We have started this symposium on Tuesday, and Tuesday and Wednesday, we have been talking to the professionals. This became a subject matter. Even on Monday, we touched on, we are trying to professionalize the subject, the procuring entities and the professionals and the suppliers. Tomorrow we'll be talking to the industry captains. All these subject matters will come to the fore. So it is not directed to yourselves only. Please have that comfort. It is something that we are deliberate on in trying to tell everyone that you are reminded to be ethical. You are reminded to consider your integrity. Thank you.
Closing remarks, Mr. Smilane, if any.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was a good day. Thank you.
I'm told I have 10 minutes more. Okay. You can close, Mr. Tsela. We have 2 minutes.
I think there's a serious abuse of our traditional practices and cultures when it comes to Gwetula. The word Gwetula has been abused because corruption, or in our vernacular, good disease. Disease. It's a harsh word. So we need to sugarcoat the transaction of corruption to be sweet in a way that it is easy to swallow. So it is clear in our traditional cultures, where Tula, it is defined where there are institutions that are referred, that are supposed to benefit from that. But us being public officials and those who are engaged in business, we need to abuse and to rather put weight on the transaction for our own benefit. My question will be, who elects MPs to be legislators? It's us, the citizens. We get to learn that they buy you a soccer ball, soccer jerseys, and that's how we value our vote. Whereas this person is supposed to enact laws that will give effect to the sustainability of this. So it's fighting corruption. I've said earlier on, fighting corruption starts with you. You've got to understand the mandate of the MP. The Anti-Corruption Commission is a creature of statute. If you want to have an effective anti-corruption, it has to start at primary level, the one that casts the vote. I thank you.
So, fellow.
Thank you. I think that was a brilliant comment by ACC there. Unfortunately, my Swati is very rudimentary, so I didn't hear anything that Red Lamini said, but there were a lot of chuckles, so I suppose there was some relevance there. Look, I'm a systems person, and the only reason I'm a systems person is throughout my career, I've found that it is only through systems that you're able to defeat a monster. So I believe in, number one, being empowering of the institutions that are supposed to act. I believe in something like a public protector's office, similar to how you have in South Africa. I believe in the power of an inspectorate. If you can give, be it ACC or be it Esppra, the power to wake up on any day, Saturday, Sunday, Thursday, or Wednesday, and go into any public office and request any document to begin an investigation at any time, you reduce the likelihood of people being corrupt because you increase the likelihood of people being caught. But if you limit through a bureaucratic process how effective institutions can be, I'm going to be corrupt because you must notify me 2 weeks in advance before you come, and I can chuck away all the papers that I have. So this conversation for me begins at an institutional level. We need the right level of socio-political will at the top to empower our institutions to begin to act. That's the first thing. Second thing for me is, again, capacity building and empower, like budgets, guys. If you give your police 60% of the budget, and you give the people who are supposed to operate before the police 2 million from the budget, you are overburdening the police. But by the time the police come into effect, it's already too late. So when 288 million is lost, right, and that is 28,000 schools and 50,000 hospitals or whatever, by the time the money is lost, it's too late. So what are we doing to ensure that we empower creating disincentives for people to be corrupt? And then just as from a business point of view, because there are suppliers in the room, I've recently transitioned into business myself, left the public sector, left corporate, and it's such an interesting animal. But you need to be the kind of business owner who fights for your business. And that means don't wait to collectivize, right? You as an individual need to constantly be knocking on doors. If you have a problem on your own with your own 10 rand, go to Esppra, go to ACC, because this isn't an individual race that you're running. It's an incredibly difficult race, especially in the economies we operate in, because there isn't a lot of money to go around. But you need to understand that some things are procedural. So if you have a complaint, and I think I heard a small thing that Red Lamini was complaining about, but that is a public social complaint. You're not helping anyone. If that complaint isn't formalized and isn't reported to the right institution, then nothing can ever be done. So before we blame the institutions for being ineffective, let's try and use the institutions to help us. Aside from that, thank you so much for having me and for listening.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you so much for your thoughts, and thank you so very much. Yeah. In closing, from what I've heard from the panelists and from the floor, I have only one conclusion. We really need divine intervention in this country to deal with corruption. Otherwise, we will not. And I pity you, CEO, we are still very young to dealing with all these problems. May God be with you. Okay, thank you so much, Chairman. Okay, sesiyaqedza. Selenje into letimbili kuphela bese siyaqedza la. But ke angiphe nje 5 minutes ukuthi sisukume sitelule man bese siyavala. Stretching time 2 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes. Let's just digest what we have had, what we have consumed. Sale sitovala. Okay, let's have a final presentation from Mr. Ngonya. Mr. Ngonya's got 15 minutes. No, you've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes will be enough for the presentation. Kuna na register, register la. Don't have a palace, a parcel. We will circulate it. Okay, Mr. Ngonya, take the podium. Start that.
Ngicela kuphindze nginibingelele, and thank you, Program Director. I'm not sure if the 15 minutes will be enough. I have been told that the presentation should be 1 hour, 30 minutes, and I have prepared as such. And so it means I have to just read what I have prepared, which is not what I've intended. But anyway, let's start and see where it takes us to. My name is Velingwenya. I'm working for the Eswatini Public Procurement Regulator under the Compliance and Investigation, in fact, under Audit and Compliance. I'm doing more of compliance and investigation at the agency. So I will be taking you through slides that are aimed at professionalizing our businesses, in making them that they effectively participate in public procurement. So this builds on the slides or the presentation by our George from World Bank, where he was dealing with issues of how can you effectively participate in World Bank procurements. So I've done the objective. We as ESPPRA were driven by a strategy which has got mission statement, which has got our vision. I didn't see that our vision is just here. So our vision is that we deliver best procurement systems to accelerate what? The economic growth in Eswatini. That is our vision. And our mission statement is to promote maximum competition. That's number one. 2, inclusive participation. Okay? In pursuit to value for money, through what? Best practices, innovative solutions, all through what? The high performance culture that we have. So that is Esppra. Now, it begs the questions, if us as businesses, we are at the level where we have visions, and the vision of our businesses has been put in paper so that every employee in the organization knows what is the vision of this entity. What is the mission statement? With this, I'm just imploring all of us here that we need to start to run our businesses professionally. Gancane, so that we get somewhere, so that we are able to effectively participate. There's a lot that I will be talking to. I will speak to quality management. All these things comes with our intentions to how we want to conduct ourselves. So we cannot stay at each level forever. We must be continually improving our businesses. Thank you. So that is our mission statement and the vision. So this presentation intends to equip you with the knowledge about the procurement processes, what happens in the procurement landscape, to highlight the importance of professionalization. I've already started, to provide practical tips of effective participation. In every business, you map your stakeholders. As ESPPRA, we are your major stakeholder, but how many times do you interface with us? Because you are doing business with government entities, public entities, and these entities are regulated by us, the regulator, the agency. But we do not see you. We are not sure if you do access our website, where you'll find most of information that are relevant to yourselves. If you do not do that, start doing it. Because in our website, there are tender opportunities. In our website, there are suppliers that are being suspended. In our website, there is information pertaining any procurement-related issues that we found to be important, that we must let our stakeholders know about this. So please go to www.esppra.co.sz. So what are the benefits of participating in public procurement? As businesses, when you participate in business opportunity, in public procurement, you will then find opportunities wherein you'll be able to participate in the government tenders. In our website, or us, we regulate the public sector, being the local government, all the towns, 13. We also regulate parastatals, the public enterprise businesses. We also regulate central government. So in the portal, you will find tender opportunities from all these industries that I've just named. So this will provide you business growth. Let's forget a bit about the issue of payments. Some authorities should be looking on that in that aspect. It is a pity that in other jurisdictions the issue of payment is always there, but that does not mean that we should not talk about them. Okay, but let's find value in participating in public procurement, wherein we are giving ourselves an opportunity to grow our own businesses and growing the economy of the country as well. We are creating jobs for many lives when we stay in business. We are creating jobs for our brothers and sisters. And also, you have an opportunity to have access to a wide range of government contracts, and also there is the part of economic impact in the country as a whole. I've already alluded that you grow the economy of the country as well. So usita na hulmende in the unemployment le prevalent even less sorting. Okay. And also we ensure that there must be fair and competitive bidding processes in the government procurement, because it is regulated. There is the act that speaks to principles, so it ought to be a fair process and competitive to anyone. I think we'll have an opportunity to speak about competition. What is competition? Competition in procurement, it is not in strict sense to have the other bidder on site, but what is competing is your tender document with the other tender documents from the other bidders. So I think we'll expand on that one. So the importance of professionalizing your business is that you will have a competitive edge. You'll now start to compete even in other countries. You'll now start to compete on tenders of the development banks, your AFDB, your World Bank, or EU projects. When you start small, you start competing in locally, and then you go internationally. So you'll have an advantage, you gain an advantage over other competitors. And the other importance is that compliance, you'll now understand the issue of compliance. You'll understand that in public tenders, there are compliance, there are statutory documents that are required. You'll have to meet those legal obligations, regulatory frameworks that comes with each and every public tender. Okay. So you'll notice in every tender document that there are instructions to tenderers. Provide labor compliance certificate, tax compliance certificate, and the like. So you'll get used to that. Reputation, you still build your reputation because your profile grows when you keep on participating in public tender. You will be able to provide trade references because many of the tenders that come from the public entities, they will require trade references. So you are able to provide trade references on the tenders that we have completed. Efficiency will improve operational and efficiency and quality because as you get used to work with public sector, you'll gaining experience and your efficiency levels grows at the same time. So as you tender and tender, you slowly become an expert in the industry that you operate in. Okay. So the key steps in professionalizing your business is that, number one, have your business registered. And by registration, you will probably all registered your businesses here. But by registration, it extends to other sectors. Maybe you are in the health sector. You need to affiliate, in a certain body. Get yourself registered with the body. If you are in construction, get yourself registered with your construction industry council. So by registration, I mean everything that relates to registration. You know the industry that you are operating in better than myself. Then scan the environment. Who are your stakeholders there? Where registration is necessitated, do that registration. So there's also financial management aspect. I remember one bidder who won a tender in a public entity, and after winning that tender, they approached the public entity and asked for what? Advance. You know that. You do it. You do. You know what happened? They rejected that tender, that bidder. They cancelled everything. Just because, is it because he was black? I do not know. But what I know, that area is regulated. Advance payment, they are not allowed in public procurement. If they were to be allowed, there are stringent requirements for the approval of such. So that tender was cancelled because they said it meant that you are not financially capable of doing this work. So what does it mean? It says that to us that once we get the tenders, phela asibese sisebenzisa kahle letimali lesitfole because we still want to sustain the business. When you get the tender, let's buy the GD6 because they are necessary. They are adding value in the business. Not that they are adding value in my personal status as the owner or the director of the business. So we need to improve on the aspect of financial management as businesses. We need to put the business interest first, then our interest comes after that. Because otherwise you will lose business. And when you are losing business, remember in the previous slide, we talked about what? Reputation. So what are we saying to our reputation? You have lost a tender just because you have got financial issues, financial management issues. So we need to be careful. Let's put our businesses first before us. Record keeping and auditing. In procurement, records are kept 5 years. That is a message to the professionals, the public entities that we regulate. But it extends to us as business people doing business with government, who records are required to be kept for 5 years. It says even as we must be able to have records, at least for that period in which government is expected to have that records. Because you might find that you will be required to produce a document. In the Public Procurement Act, there is Section 11, which provides that when the regulator asks for information, you must be able to provide that information when that information relates to a public procurement. So if we have done business with government, there could be some information, maybe in 3 years down the line, that will be required for you, for your benefit sometimes, to say that this is the order in which I acted on and serviced through this invoice. So we must keep records, at least for the period in which the entity which we have served is expected to keep such records. Access to finance. We all know that we get the tenders and then we approach our banks to say that I've been awarded this tender and I'm seeking a loan of 2 million just to service this tender, and the bank will listen to you. Okay. Capacity building. Our staff, what are we doing to our staff? Are we capacitating them on anti-bribery standards? Are we concerned about that? Are we concerned about the ethical behavior of our staff? Are we concerned about training them on procurement issues? So as businesses, we should be considerate of our staff as well, so that we professionalize the business. We start to run the business as a business. Okay. So we need to think about the people that we employ continually and improving their capacity in understanding public procurement, how it operates, in understanding the landscape of public procurement as Eswatini, making them to know what to look from a tender document, because some of us they do not even compile the tender document. I remember a situation from one of local government where the bid price, the financial proposals was such low that it even worried the procuring entity. Then, because we have trained them, we said, when they are faced with abnormally low bids, it is only fair for them to ask and get comfort on how this bid has to be such low. And they did that. They called the service provider, and you'll be amazed that the service provider said, look, this is just my cost of providing this solution. It doesn't involve or include any percent of a markup. This tender was done by my junior staff. So that shows that there is lack of capacity. It says us as businesses, we should start concentrating in improving our staff members. They must understand. And there must be controls. As I go along, you'll find that there's a point where we say, get someone to read your completed document before it is tendered. Because what we get when we do audits, when we sample, because you must know, we are not in the operations, we are not in the processes. But there are times where we get our eyes to the tender document. That is when maybe we are following a matter in our monitoring role or our audit role. So you'll be surprised to find that this document is not up to standard. It's like you just don't even know whether the person just bid because they will then start to have discussions with the people in the procuring entity. You just do not know, because just from the look, from the composition of the document, it is not up to standard. Okay. Quality assurance. Do we have this subject in our businesses, quality assurance? Are we concerned about the quality in what you are doing? There are standards on quality assurance, which as business we need to implement, get to know deeper about those standards and then implement them. In that way, we are making efforts in improving our businesses. Where there are certifications that we need to acquire, let's get them. Okay. When we need to subscribe to a standard, whether it's ISO 9000, which is quality management standard, let's get there. Start to consider implementing those standards. They are going to help you. They are adding value to your businesses. Communication. We need to improve our communication skills continually and start to consider a communication in public procurement to be a written communication. Even if there was a verbal communication, when we settle it down, let's put it into writing. Let's confirm what we had as a verbal discussion. That is very, very key. It will save you. You'll thank me one day. Okay. Ethical practices, code of conduct. In our businesses, do we have code of conduct? No. In fact, we even send our staff to meet some or public official somewhere. So we need to do something on our, as a business. The public sector, yes, the public sector is also supposed to do what? Its own code of conduct. Okay. But we cannot sit down and wait for them to sort their house, but we must be seen doing something as well. As we've said, we have been saying the same thing with the professional in the past 2 days. Okay. Now here is the procurement process in our jurisdiction. It starts with need identification. We are not, as business people, we are not involved there. They just sit in the boardroom as a department or as an entity and decide on what procurements that are going to be undertaken in that particular area. So I'll talk less because we are not there. But that's where it starts. Then there is a planning stage and strategy. That's where, after identifying what has to be procured, they strategize how. Because there are several methods of procurement. Then how are we going to procure? Are we starting from pre-qualification? Are we starting from expression of interest? For information, there is a difference between pre-qualification and expression of interest. And there are implications to each. Where there is pre-qualification, after that pre-qual has been completed, only those that have qualified in the pre-qualification will be requested to tender. Okay. That is pre-qualification. But that it doesn't go along with expression of interest all the time. With expression of interest, it may happen that the tender will be floated openly, even if it was an expression of interest. Do you agree? Probably not, because you expect that when there is an expression of interest, it must be treated like pre-qualification. No. When pre-qualifying, you are assessing capacity. So that is why it cannot then be floated openly, because you don't want to risk the tender and to allow people whom you are not sure if they have the capacity. So that is why pre-qualification, you invite through limited tender those that have been pre-qualified. You are sure of the capacity. So it is different from expression of interest. Because from expression of interest, it might be that I am not aware of what should come out from. I'm not aware of the solution that I'm looking for. I'm still looking for information. For me to be able to develop specifications, if it is a good or goods works. For me to be able to develop terms of reference, if it is a service that I'm procuring. So I will get information from all those that have participated in the expression of interest. So in that view, I can still float the expression of interest, because I was not assessing capacity, but I was looking for ideas. That's one aspect of expression of interest. I do agree that there is an expression of interest where I would, as a professional, then invite those that have participated in the expression of interest. So I'm underscoring this so that you know that there will be an expression of interest that will not invite those that have participated in the expression of interest. Do you get the difference? Before you make noise with the professional, when they started from the expression of interest. So where I was is that you start from identification and then move to planning and strategizing, how are you going to procure? Then you move to the development of specification. Remember, I've just spoken of expression of interest where we are looking for ideas. And then you have done that expression of interest, and you've got responses from several service providers. Then you are able to develop either specifications depending on what you are procuring, and you are able to develop your terms of reference if you are procuring services because of what is coming from what you have chosen as your strategy there. And then procurement methods. Now that you have the specifications or terms of reference, you now decide on the procurement methods that you're going to use. There is open tender, that is the preferred procurement method. And there's also limited tender, there's also request for proposal, there's also request for quotation, and the single source in our jurisdictions. Those are the procurement methods. Then you get to this stage. From 1 to 4, still you are not featuring in that process. Sourcing, that's where you start to show up. Sourcing is the process of getting you on board through the public procurement process. So in sourcing, that's where you'll see an invitation and the other person next to you doesn't get that invitation. Then what does it mean? It means they have used what? Limited tendering. Okay? Sourcing is where you will then see a publication, whether in Esppra website or in the newspaper. That is open tendering. So this is the process that's now you start to come into play. And then for you, it's just to notice that there is this tender opportunity. Then you read that notice. You gauge yourself if you are relevant. Responding to our vision here, where we said we are going to deliver best public procurement systems to accelerate what? Economic growth. Then we develop a system that tenders should be advertised with the regulator, so that you as business people, you have access, free access to all opportunities available. You download the tender document, read the tender document, and check if it is relevant to you without paying. You know that before ESPPRA, we used to buy the tender in order to check if it is relevant to you. Now it is different. You just go to the website. Even if you have seen the tender in our advert, I mean the advert, Learner ESPPRA, you then go to the website, download the tender, check thoroughly. We'll be emphasizing on reading the tender document today for effective participation in public procurement. So that is sourcing. You get the tender, you read it. Then you start to consider if I will be participating the tender. Then the procuring entity obtains offers. That is after sourcing, that is after the advert. That is after you have considered the tender document and you found it relevant. You now bought the tender if they are selling the tender, because some still sells the tender documents. And then you have responded and you have submitted the tender. That's where they obtain their tender documents. Okay. And the process that follows evaluation. Before evaluation, on obtaining the offers, the procuring entity will do what? Tender opening. And they will call a public opening. That's where you come in with your notebooks, tick boxes, because during the opening they read what the important statutory documents, whatever document which they feel it is important. Form J, you tick. Form C, someone gets an X, and you think that one is disqualified. No. That is not evaluation stage. A big no. That is not an evaluation stage. They're just obtaining the tenders from you. The result there is just an opening schedule. Underline that one. Tender opening schedule. That document is very key because it says at tender number 10, 2024-25 supply of laptops, these are the bidders that participated. Sikufunza la kule tender opening schedule. So that is the important document kule process lapha ku obtaining of the bids. There is no decision that is taken there. So as a bidder, you come up victoriously and say, if there were two bidders and the other bidder had an X in one of the documents, you cannot then come out and victorious and say that I've won the tender because they didn't submit this document. Okay, let's move on. Then contract management. In our jurisdiction, that's where the process, the procurement process ends. But in other jurisdictions, asset disposal. That is why even their authorities are called whatever, procurement and asset disposal. But in procurement, because the issue asset disposal, we do not get in there because of our legislation. So in that regard, contract management. But what is important for us to discuss about ule process like by contract management. In each and every contract, there must be a contract manager. We in the contract manager is our liaison officer. It is the individual law between us as business people and the procuring entity. That is where our complaints should come through. This is the person who is going to be saying, so and so, you haven't supplied this. You haven't met your deadline. The contract manager. The person who will be managing the relationships between the procuring entity and the service provider. So, whenever you get a contract, start to ask, who will be my contract manager, or who will be the contract manager for this contract? Ask that question from the procuring entity, because that is the person you will complain. That is the that's the person payment. You understand? Are we still together? All right. Thank you. Now, how do we prepare winning bids? We cannot get here if we do not understand the document itself. All right. So, it is important that we understand the tender document. You cannot win a tender even if you do not understand the tender document. What is the requirement? And it is not only the statement of requirements or the terms of requirements that you need to understand in the document. There are very key issues that are important than the other. I remember Animal Farm, the 10 Commandments, which says that animals are all equal, but some are even more equal than the others. It's the same. It speaks truth with the tender document. Because everything that is in a tender document is important. but there are some aspects that are more important than the others. The closing date of the tender, is very important, because if you missed it, you have missed the opportunity. So it is important when you are reading the tender document, look for that. Okay. The documents that you need to supply, you need to attach in your they are so important. The deal breakers. So look for the deal breakers in the tender document. The awarding criteria, do you ever look at that? I doubt you do. Because I wouldn't be hearing the statement which says you buy the lowest. Not all tenders where the awarding criteria is the lowest bid. Not all. So you don't look for that. Look for the awarding criteria. Get it, know it. Because it will inform your costing, right? There is cost-based. That is the only criteria. Let's say we are going to buy from the lowest bidder. Of course, it is not only the lowest bidder, you still have to pass some stages. But the criteria that's going to get us to the best evaluate, it is the price. That is the cost base. So you must find from the document to say, from this tender, what is the criteria? If you have failed to find that, your chances of getting that, it will be just a miracle. Because you will not be informed. The other criteria, it's the quality. How does the quality operate? With the quality, they will give you the minimum qualifying score. Say 70%. It means your technical capacity should hit that 70 or beyond. And then from those that have got that 70%, they will look for the highest bidder. Once they've identified their high, in fact, they will look for the highest technical score. Once they've identified the highest technical score, they will only open the financial proposal of that bidder with the highest score. Only that bid. If they find that the financial meets their budget, it just gets the tender. They will not open your financials. That criteria is when it is quality-based. I've started with what? The cost-based. Then the following, what follows is the cost-based. They will not open. If they will open and find that the price exceeds their budget, they just put it in the shelf. They go to the next highest technical score. They open their financials. If it is okay, they give that person the bid. Do you understand? Then the last one is cost-based. Cost-based means they combine technical and financial scores. And there, unema weightings. You will still find your minimum technical score. Again, say 70%. That says we will not open financial proposals for those that have obtained lesser marks, right? And then once they've opened the financial scores, or even before they open the financial scores, they will do the weightings. So it becomes the financial score, the minimum financial score, and secondly, kuba nema weightings. Probably about 70-30. 70% technical, 30% financial, right? And how does these weightings operate? Once they've done the technical evaluations and they've put scores. For those that are above 70, they'll then put a weighting of, if it is 70-30, then they will find 70% of your technical score. That's your 70% weighting for the technical. Am I making sense? Okay. Then they put aside those weightings. So the weightings, it is 70% of what you have obtained, but it must be above the minimum scores, right? So that's your weighting. And then they open the financials. We're using 70-30, right? So when they open financials, they will first read what the financial proposal, the total, and they look for the lowest bidder. From the lowest bidder, they give that one 100%. Because awuqali nge-weighting, uqala nge-evaluation, right? Before you apply the weighting. So they will give what? 100%. That is the evaluation aspect, right? But when we come to weighting, that lowest bidder will get how many percent as weighting? We start by evaluation. So the lowest bidder we give 100%. Then from evaluation you do the weighting. Then what is the weighting of the lowest bidder? It is 30% because it's 30% of the 100, right? Now the problems comes to ulaba laba inasekbalwa bona, right? Le mali yabo ibalwa ngalo lowest bidder. Nangabe lowest bidder ubide nga-100 emalangeni, then lese bambalela nyalo noma sebatawuthatha noma ngangimuphi once they have identified the lowest bid. But abese bathi maybe lo munye ubide nga-200, but that's 100 over 200 times 100, right? Sebatfola i-evaluation yabani yalo nalese bam evaluate, and then they will, after doing that, they come to the weighting. Then they will find 30% of that percentage lebatabe bayitfolile. Okay. So sebatfola ke i-weighting yakhe, right? So they will then combine the weightings. They will then combine the weightings. If ka technical bekatfole 80, satfola 70% of 80, but outside le weighting bayifake kulo 30% nangabe sikhuluma ngalo lowest bid. That total is the total combined score. That is the score. Let's lesitawugcina sishito ukuthi who is the best the best bidder there. That is the combined score. So I3 lama criterias, and make sure we are checka ku tender document ukuthi kusetshenziswe yipi, because they cannot use both or O3. They will always use one. When your duty is to find that criteria so that it informs your costing. Okay. So yaqala ke kuba strategical ke lapho kuzo okay nakungile ay angibhide kanje nakuyi cost angibhide kanje na, you understand, but you are informed. All right. All right, while still understanding the document, don't be shy from asking questions. Yonke tender, ema clarifications ayacelwa, clarify this, and when you seek for clarity, they will then answer leo ibe generally, so that it dositakala nalomyele beka ngakaboti, right? And clarifications informs ukuthi le tendering period enough yini. The open tendering period yakhona it's 28 days. But kungendeka ukuthi that is when it is local. Kungendeka ukuthi ilule. So the clarifications inform for instance, if there will be a question of, let's say the tender was procurement furniture, and gune clarification leqhamukako on day 26 of the 28 days tendering period, and the person asked, are we supposed to submit furniture that's in samples, right? And the procuring entity says, yes, you must submit samples. Where are you going to get the samples in 2 days? So then that means that they must what? Issue an addendum. They must amend the tender document to allow more days for the business people to get the samples. And if they do not do that, then they are not fair. Then the process is not fair. It will then suggest, it is a red flag, it will suggest something else. Probably someone knew that samples will be required, right? So it is expected that they extend the tendering period. So you must seek clarifications. Ungathi uyifunda tender document uyibona ukuthi furniture abakhulumi ngema samples where what wood, what kind of wood, you need to ask. Ungathuli. Because you'll find that when evaluating the tender, they will say that no, you're supposed to bring samples. They are not fair, yes, but now we didn't ask. Pertinent question. Because if you are in that industry, you know that probably samples, these people should require samples. Then I must ask a question. Are you not requiring samples for this one? You understand? In the tender document, funda compulsory site inspections if akhona. Those are important clauses than others in the tender document. Technical proposal. Demonstrate now, it's you. That's your game. Demonstrate your understanding. Make a consideration, because they have a tendency of saying minimum 3 years. Even though siyakhuluma nabo kakhulu kwekuthi they must avoid this. When you are going to tender, be sure what you are looking for, because it opens up biasness, the issue of minimum. Be sure, right? But anyway, look for the important information in the tender document so that you are able to demonstrate your capability technically. Okay. Financial proposals, make them competitive, transparent to cost breakdown. The competitive pricing, I've said, it will be informed by the the award criteria. Okay, it will be informed, because look, if it is cost, who cost even ngalega technically, now we cost udaukanza ku binaries, whether you have this thing they're looking for or you don't. Uma ngabe nje ku cost bo inaka itawuvama ukuthi ibe binary binary evaluation methodology ngilo yes and no, right? Like when you are buying this water, why would you do the combined the cost and quality when you are buying water? Now uthenga ama goods is either ngifuna i500 milliliter man, nabe bengifuna 750 bengidawusha, ngifuna i500, is either you have or not. Say there is no issue of quality, because the quality ngiyibekile kahle hle, ngathi ngifuna lamanti laba ana pH 7, ngifuna kube nalok, right? Then it's cost. So your costing informing the method. You understand? Costing aga cost kule criteria yaka cost angeke i-costing yakho ize ifane nalesikhathi kuyoba nabo combined because kune issue ye technical lapho ke right maybe utocabanga ukuthi suppose ngidawatfola ngale ka technical or something I mean ema mark but la it's your price la okay. Common pitfalls incomplete tender documents ngila ngisho khona ke ukuthi hey sisengefiki la kule professional level incomplete sekushoda lokho lokunye kubhekiswe phansi always I think I have it in my slide. Make sure that you complete your tender document well in time. I can't say 5 days or 7 days, but well in time. So that utokhona kubuka nathi ndo nathi. You have 28 days. 28 days. So avoid incomplete tenders because already it says a lot. Your reputation, remember schoolmen about reputation somewhere. Non-compliance with specifications will render your tender document disqualified. So, excuse me, study the document into details, finer details of the requirements in the tender document. And I emphasize that. Because that's where you will know, if you do not know the specifications, how are you going to perform in the technical evaluation? Poor presentations have already alluded. Let's start to be kind of professional in what you are doing. Ithanze le document nawe kube bengabekwe etafuleni lakho iku-encourage kuyifunza ku-page ma-pages. Akungabi ukuthi I'm submitting to meet the deadlines, but I must submit with confidence that I'm submitting a winning bid. Okay. Yes. What lahla wena utawuchama ngani? What will be the product? What will be the result? Best practices. Stay informed. Check the website. Look for procurement portals. We do have in our as a regulator. Subscribe there to tender. You know, when you download the tender, somewhere there it will require you to fill your email address. Yani, yekuthi nakunema changes, le system ikutshele ukuthi sekune amendment like le tender document. Okay, so you must be watchful of that. Build relationships not toward unethical behaviors, right, but good working relationships. Continuous improvement, seek feedback. It's your right to seek feedback. There is regulation 23 in the public procurement regulations, which gives you the right to information. So if there is some dissatisfaction, write to the procuring entity, invoke law regulation 23 and seek information. Okay. I've talked about capacity, improving your capacity building. During tendering and tender submission, develop your own checklist. Develop your own checklist now when they attend, so that you'll tick the boxes. Okay. Look for the important information. We've already alluded to that. There are deal breakers. There are compulsory site inspection. There is award criteria. There is a lot that is important. Okay. What document are you supposed? Lenye itawufuna i-VAT registration when ufaka i-tax compliance page. Lenye itawufuna i-CIC registration. So look for the pertinent information. Give someone to look. I've alluded to that one. Complete your proposal and complete well in time. I've gone through this. Make sure you arrive. Besingakakhulumi ke nganayo. Asesifike ngesikhathi ku-tender submission. Because itender lefike late I accept. And there's no negotiation to that. Akunamhlangano lo tawubanjwe boardroom ukuthi nithini siyayithatha ile tender over no lesikhathi leso sesengcile kiso. Akukafanele ke kube njalo. That's unethical behavior. It's not supposed to be. And voice it out. Because according to your knowledge, the regulation says late tenders should not be accepted. Even if they are accepted, they must be returned unopened. Unopened. Okay. Let's move on. Tender evaluation. With tender evaluation, there are these 3 stages. 3 stages. So, agna evaluation at opening stage, it is at preliminary. The first stage is preliminary evaluation. What is the objective there? Is to assess the responsiveness and completeness of the tender document. That is what is done with preliminary evaluation. That's where we evaluate the instruction to tenderers, to bidders, where we instructed you to submit your Form J, your Form C, your CIC certificate. And that is done at the preliminary. And I must say, the people that open the tenders, they do not evaluate the tenders. Did you know? They do not. It's just opening. They are just opening. What do they find there? Is Form J there? Then they stamp it. Then they put to safe those documents. Then the controlling officer or COs will appoint evaluation committee, minimum of 3 people, right? Then they will start on a different day the evaluation. And they start with preliminary evaluation. Okay. And then also, what follows is technical evaluation. There, they will be assessing the capacity, the technical capacity, according to the specification, according to the methodology. Because if they are procuring goods or they are procuring works, you will find maybe that they've used the binary. So have you provided us with a 4x2 motor vehicle? Tick. Have you provided us with a diesel operated motor vehicle? Cross for those that they've provided petrol. Okay, so that is binary. It happens on the on the technical evaluation and depending on what is being procured. Then the last stage is the financial evaluation. Remember, you do not pass a stage if you have not convinced the evaluators that you are supposed to pass that stage. Okay. Then after evaluation, there is this issue that comes in with the processes in the public procurement landscape, the issue of failed tenders. You must understand how a tender fails, right? And how a tender can be rejected. Because this one says we are now not moving forward with this particular tender, 10 supply of laptops, legacy advertising. So you need to understand how it failed. They are guided. The procuring entities, they cannot just do it as they wish. Notice the clause. They normally put a clause in the tender document that the procuring entity reserves the rights to cancel, annul the tender at any time it wishes. Only if they understand that clause they put in the tender document, then it can apply. Because it cannot apply outside the parameters provided by Regulation 26 for failed tenders, Regulation 27 for rejection of tenders. So whatever the clause says, it must pass that test in Regulation 26 and 27. On its own, they cannot just cancel the tender at any stage, as they say there. They can cancel it at any stage, yes, but if the motivation complies to the regulation. Number one, failed tenders. That's Regulation 26. If there was no competition and that is confirmed by the evaluation committee, the evaluation committee can make a proposal to the tender board to say that this tender must be considered a failed tender because it lacks competition. One principle in public procurement is maximum competition. So I know from here, when you go to tender and you are alone who bid, you'll think that it will be me alone. Now you know that that's not guaranteed. Yes, it may happen, but that's not guaranteed. Because the first sitting of the evaluation, they must make consideration whether there was competition or not. And by informing what is obtainable in the market. Because if it is scarce commodity, if it is scarce service, if it is scarce good that they are procuring, then one or two, it's their maximum competition. There is competition there. But then if there are so many people in the market, they must be considerate. Okay, so they can say, this is a failed tender. Then they invoke 26 and close the tender as failed tender. So you hear me? So that is still possible. You have a question, Mr. Bennett? Yes. Yeah, ethics says no, you are not supposed to. And that is what we are communicating to our stakeholders to say, once it is a failed tender, Pela consider not to charge laba lebe bayithengile because they already spent money on the tender which failed. And some of them and most of them basibambisa kuloko. But the issue of buying and selling tender documents is controlled by the procuring. We do not have any authority or regulation or law that says we can say no to them. But as we have the mandate to advise them, that is the advice that we are giving them, and they comply to. And the other condition for a failed tender is that all the tenders that they have received, they are non-responsive. Okay, we want a 4x4 which propelled by diesel, they give petrol. They all give petrol. If it is diesel, it's a 4x2. So all the bids are non-responsive. Then the tenders are cancelled. Okay. Rejection of tenders is something else. They may reject because they received bids which exceeds their budget, right? And then you'll ask me, but why do they not negotiate me? And that is the question you are having. Okay, public procurement is regulated. Not all procurement processes can be negotiated. You negotiate where the procurement was in respect of a service. And what you negotiate there, it is not the price, but it is scope, right? Where the procurement is goods or is works, there is no room for negotiation of price there, right? Because not in any instance that there would be a negotiation of price. That's what our regulatory law says. You negotiate on scope. So you cannot negotiate scope when you are buying goods. You say you want 100 of these 500 milliliter water bottles. What does it say? It says that I have a workshop of 100. That is why I'm looking for 100. And then how would you then negotiate scope? to say, because of your price now, let's make 8. If you were to do that, the people who are looking for wasteful expenditure should be following you. Because that will suggest that the 20 was just a buffer, not necessarily what you wanted. Okay. Anyway, we're not there. Yes, Mr. Mkondo.
Retender without changing scope salom 70. Thank you.
It will be one of the subject list. It is because there was no responsive tender. And always where there is a failed tender, there must be an investigation that should follow, so that the procuring entity understands why the tender fails. So it may fail because it was because of wrong time. Maybe it's a construction. There is a shutdown at that time. So contractors are not there. Then you are floating a tender. That tender is prone to fail, right? And you don't need, there is no problem of your scope. It is the wrong timing. So even if you retender, you'll still put back the scope, because the problem you found that it was not the scope.
Mr. Gwe, ngisho whereby ema companies are submitted.
Yes.
Let's say bona 6 ema companies are submitted onke kuthi na sekta alapsa la malanga bese uyanibida lo le client.
Yes.
Say it's can retend.
Yeah.
But non retender kude scope lesichinjiwe bonke abantu bebasubmitile akasichinji scope, but when it's come back now laba bebaletulu sebabuya sebangephansi and awada bona kanza sikachinjwa scope. What makes that?
I do not know. I do not have an answer to that, because I think it is irregular. That is my opinion. I think it is irregular to call for a retender on basis of validity of the tender. Number one, it's good that you have touched on that one. Tender cannot be cancelled due to lapse of tender validity. Because tender validity is at the instance of, it protects the interest of you business people, right? It protects le rate, are you still comfortable with that rate or not? So a tender cannot be cancelled by issue of validity. Procuring entities should approach you and discuss if you can extend the tender validity. So issue here retendering, I'm not sure of that one. I do not think it's correct to choose that route. I do not think. They must discuss tender validity. And it's even good, it is just before the tender lapses, because that's the opportune time to extend the tender, not to call for a retender. Unless they feel that if you were to go along with the rate that is there, you'll not be able to perform. They want you to review your prices and the like. Because there is also the aspect of risk management. You cannot allow someone with this rate will not be able to perform. So that will be the issue of retendering. But otherwise, they must call you for the extension of the tender bids. I'm told that time is almost up. No, it's not only this. Okay. It looks like it's only 2 slides. Let's do them. Oh, it's 3. All right, I intended to cover your rights to challenge decisions of procuring entities. Know this, you have a right to challenge the decision. That is found in section 46 read to through section 49 of the Act. But note this, it starts with the procuring entity. There must be a notice of intention to award first before you can lodge. And yekelani kubhala objections. Maybe it's a language somewhere, but the Public Procurement Act says you lodge a complaint, right? And you state clearly ukuthi invoke section 46. My advice to you, sebenzisa regulation 23 lothi ucela information, because you must be informed ukuthi yini lo loyo complaina ngayo. Lo ukuthi notice of intention to award, does it give you enough age to complain? Cela le information ukuthi itender yakho ayika le feedback ayikaphumeleleni, but okutshela ukuthi 1 2 3. But as you do that, be mindful of 10 working days, because you cannot lodge a complaint after sekweng the 10 working days kuphumele notice of intention to award. So you must be careful on the timelines. No matter what you do, be careful on the timelines, because otherwise your matter will be time barred. And then you lodge the complaint in writing. After lodging the complaint in writing, you wait and expect response your controlling officer within 10 working days. Now I'll try to be fast. Uma kuphela lo 10 working days, or move on to ESPPRA if you haven't got the response. Don't write back, remind I wrote to you making a complaint. No. Kwaphela lo 10 working days when you lodge a complaint, move. Because otherwise, una 10 working days to approach the regulator. Once uthole le response, or you were expected to get the response from the controlling officer. So that is important for you. And then when it gets to the regulator, regulator will give you processes, but those processes, they involve administrative fees that you pay for the regulator to hear your matter. And who regulator, it is not us that's going to deliberate or adjudicate, but we appoint independent people, we call them IRC, to carry out the review or the adjudication. Okay. Nakulokunye, tenderers are suspended nangabe bangaka perform, nangabe they've acted fraudulently, they've issued falsified documents and the like. We suspend them. The suspension is between 1 year and 5 years. You can appeal. You are given an opportunity to state your side of story. Okay, but you are suspended. And note this, it is only the regulator that can suspend suppliers or tenderers, not the procuring entities. Again, we can preclude when you are still doing the investigation. Again, you must distinguish between termination of a contract and suspension. When you are terminating, it is in respect of the existing contract. The conditions must be in the contract how it can be terminated. Suspension is futuristic. You will no longer be able to participate during the period of suspension. The last one. Oh, I've done this. That is the right to review. That's the right to review. Maybe in 2-3 minutes you can ask questions, because we have reached the end of my presentation. I don't know, but if that was clear, I am happy. If I've added value in your businesses, I am happy. if you'll move along with what we have discussed in terms of starting to professionalize your processes, I am happy. If you think about what we have discussed here today, when you are now actively participating in a public procurement, then I'm more than happy. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. Bob. Yes.
And what you were saying.
Yes.
You were saying more than the slides were saying.
Of course. Yes.
Will you share what you were saying?
I will share this.
Because then that should make you more than happy. Because right now, yes, you've really helped us. I think it's very insightful, very much appreciated. But I think if one was to take it back to a workplace environment and say it may be too much to recall, especially that it comes on the latter part of the day.
Okay, because there is an aspect of revenue generation through our principals to come to your place, or we can arrange. Here is Tulile can arrange that. Thank you.
Thank you. Siyabonga bangwenya. Nami bengifuna ukucela lo ukuthi kungenteka yini ukuthi sicele ukuthi usitele indzawo entethe yokusebenza ngoba kutethine la le slide lo sinika sona asifana lokukhulumile lokusho nguBernard. So nangabe ikhona leyo chance leyo sitokhona kutraina la abantu labenda la mathenda. Thank you.
Yeah. Tulile, I hope you have heard that Onomile. Tulile Onomile, I think you have heard that you're going to address it in your closing. The issue of but I know it's possible, but maybe they can give further details to that. Yes. So thank you so much, colleagues, for having me. It has been a great day for me. These meetings, they are not normal. What is normal is that we train the procuring entities. But few business people now have interest in our training, so we have started slowly to be called upon to give an address on public procurement issues to private sector and NGOs as well. Thank you so much, colleagues. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Ngwenya. Thank you so much for the presentation. I've been called upon to come up here to just give closing remarks. I'd love to thank all of you for staying with us until this time and participating in our workshop for today. I've been requested to just hand over. Do I proceed? Are people still here? Okay. All right. I've been requested to call upon Mr. Mbongsaini Smelane. Yes.
All right, sure.
Where I am now, I can request that we close the meeting. And looking at the time,
kimi bamfundisi. Okay, nginevusele Nzambama. Ngidawucela sivale emehlo sitothandaza. Baba Flengcele babelo ethembekile siyakubongana namhlanje Nzambama. Sibonga ukholwa nguwe malusi wethu lo ethembekile kusukela kusile kwade kwafika lesikhathi. Sibonga ukuthi wena uhambile nathi kulawo ma discussions lebesinawo malusi lo ingcwele. Siyakubonga ukuthi wena Nkosi siyabona ukuthi bowukhona ngoba noma ngabe bekashisa ngalesinye isikhathi but we able to keep us composed. Siyakubonga malusi lo ingcwele. Ukuthi sisatha uphuma la sinxosa kulomvolodwa nguwe sisatha uhamba siye emakhaya sifike siphephile ngeligama lika Jesu Kristu waseNazaretha. Amen.
Hello, colleagues. Le session lamuhla was